Good morning. おはようございます。Hihi. Aduh. Oh, bug me. Aduh, tangannya doang. Where am I? That's what happens when I get. How could you do that? Honestly. Makasih ya, Beb. Good morning, Zane. Was that water to wake me up? Oh, Lord. Is that a speech to text? Which one? Ohayou gozaimasu. I woke up early today. And I got head pats again. Ray, thank you for. Hey guys, give me some credit. I survived. Ray is grocery shopping. Probably. I survive on my own like a mature adult, chat. Like a mature adult. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. That's my daily check-in to let you guys know I'm alive. Yippee! Good morning, Pharaoh. The creature lives. Am I the creature of which you are speaking of? Is that proper English? Good morning. Good morning. You are the creature. Oh my god, Pharaoh, you'll be so proud of me. You'll be so proud. I think I finally gave the permission needed for mods to change the category thing. We'll see if that actually happened. Well, I know, it's magical. Turns out I turned it on but did not give permission for moderators. I just it's like an on toggle, and I clicked it, but I did not realize that you need to that tracks, that you need to the thing, you know. Your singing is quite distinct. I said, you saw my color. And yep, this is where I'm gonna be for a while. Good morning. Ray, was this you again? Oh, how do I say it? Lesage. Did I say Lesage? Lesage. That sounds fancier. Good morning. Me. It was my fault. Accuse. It was you. He watched it on stream. No. Kind of feeling French. I know. I blame it on the lack of French fries. I didn't even. Do I have a singing style? What is this thing? Is it because thinking hard of words used to describe? Did you know that fries are Belgian? Yes, I forgot about that. Why are they called? Never mind. That's a whole other ball game of thoughts. We all know what happens when I use my brain cell. It's too much for the world to handle, so I just turn it off most of the time. Yippee! Oh my god, what if I just decide to gamble all my life, but I actually use my brain cell when I start gambling, and then I get rich? Is that a high risk, high reward thing? I don't know. What brains? I have brain cells, mind you. Did you know that I was okay? Chat. You know, sometimes, in my head, I'm supposed to start stream an hour ago. But first I lost my pants, so I had to go look for them. And then second, I sat here and I was like, what? I lost my pants. You know, I just lost them. And then what happened again? And then I sat here after finding my pants, mind you. I was like trying to gather my wits and my brain cells. And I literally sat here, chat. I sat here and I set up a karaoke background on OBS. But for no reason, because I'm not karaokeing today. I was like, karaoke room would be cute. 6 and 7. I got it. No spray? Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you so much! Are you cheering because I found my pants? Thank you. I'm also happy that I found pants. Do you want anything? Because I might be out for a bit. You mean you're gonna drop by and get me stuff? But that takes effort for you. You would like drive and go to my place? Well, you don't drive, but you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Chat, do I need anything? How would you know? Chat wouldn't know what I need. Water. No. Do I have water? I have water. You know the green tea? You know green tea, the giant one that Michi always drinks? I really want those. She needs so many. She lives another day. Hi, Dark. Are you guys just here checking in on my well-being? Duggo is live. I should change my go live notification to Duggo is alive. I see. I get it. I see now. I see. I finally understand. You're keeping a plant alive. I see. It's like you wake up in the morning, or well, you know, you go to bed, and before bed you check. Oh, my cactus is alive. And then you go back to sleep. I see. Wait, can I show off what I did for no reason? Wait. Wait, this is gonna take some big brain. Wait. Okay. To make room appear, first I must... Oh no. My brain is still asleep today. Can Atlas wake up, please? First, I must... fade. That didn't work. Okay, you know what? Okay, just stay here. Let me think.
It was going to for the karaoke cannot cry, but that just means you'll do one soon, right, Mishimoshi?
It was going for the karaoke. Okay. Okay. I feel like if I do a formal karaoke, I will die of embarrassment. Is my singing distinct, chat? Hello, anyone who's good at singing. Does that just mean I sound like a screeching whale? Wait. How does... Okay, wait. Okay. To make room appear, I must change scene. I think it's my old karaoke room. I was just... You know what, chat? I didn't do much. Not gonna lie, I didn't do much. I just put the Twitch chat there. I'm acting like I did much, but I did not do much. Wait. Okay. I think I can do this. I swear this is taking up my brain cells. Okay. Okay, wait, what if I do this? Oh no, wait, that's too zoom. Excuse me, where the fuck are my socks? Thank you. Don't worry about that. You saw nothing. Can my size just be normal for like once? Just once. I should fix that. I should totally fix that. Right? I should fix things, right, chat? Okay, wait. Wait for it. Dun 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 dun. Tada! Look, I made a karaoke. I've only used that once. Look, it's a karaoke room. Does it have practical uses? We'll find out. Yay! It's an old one. Oh my god, I got hit by... Is it because I made a karaoke room? Full disclosure, I just downloaded it off somewhere. Forgot where. Ayo. Tada! Watch me not use it as a karaoke. I want a people save. Ahaha. 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 Locker in the image. What would I sing, honestly? Yeah, I've used it once before. On YouTube. It was archived, probably. Probably. Maybe. It's probably on archive. It's YouTube, chat. It's YouTube. What was I doing again? Anyway, yeah, look at the room. It's pretty. It's beautiful. Now we go back. That's it. I just wanted to show off my work. That's all. Thank you. I stopped reading at locker in there. How could you? I just took 2 sips and I'm tired of drinking already. Is Ray smiling? Get to singing. What sing do? What was the plan today? Not this. Singing time. Then. Wait. Why am I complying? Honestly? What is compelling me to sing? Nothing. I'm gonna... What if it's... What's the difference between karaoke and a sing-along? Sing songs to look funny. Is that how people work? It would... It would make you happy. Really? Really? Would singing really make you happy? Really, chat? Yes. But why I can't sing? Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Did I? Honestly, I set myself up for this. I don't know why, but I did. Oh my. Ayo. What the heck? What the heck? Cow, what are you here? Oh my god, that's crazy! Cow wants you to sing too. Aw, man. Thank you so much for the gifted song. Are you crazy? What the absolute heck? And thank you for subscribe. Guys, chat. Wow, wow. Is this what happens when I decide to make a karaoke back? Okay, okay. Okay, fine. I'll sing one song. And try not to die. It's a very low bar, chat. It's a very low... I don't know what to sing though. What the heck? I wasn't preparing for a karaoke. I just made the background for no reason. Oh man. Okay, okay. Wait a minute. Oh. Do I have to turn on the TV? I forgot how to turn on the TV, chat. You know what? Fuck the TV. It's... Envy baby. You're gonna hear it live. I'm kidding. What? Like the one time I do. Benders, thank you so much for the gifted sub. You guys. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Oh man, I haven't done this in forever. Oh, I have to wait. Let me turn on the heavenly thingy-majig. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I forgot how to turn on the magical filters. Chat. Contrary to popular belief, I do have brain cells. Ow. Okay. What is this on? Time to do warm-ups. I should do that. Do I sound like I have reverb? Is it working? Wow, do I even have... Wow, add application blip blip. Yes, that. Oh, that means I have to use the one that has no VOD thing. Wow, see chat. I'm using my brain. I don't know if I like it. I have a problem, don't I? Thing. Okay. I don't know what to say. I didn't prep anything. Jeez. And I didn't even log in, so I'm getting ads. Oh my lord. Wait, youtube.com. Is this how professionals do it? Ray should tell me, right? Is this what it sounds like for the one brain cell? Hey, Mr. Pantsy Pants, thank you for this. You guys, is this the mental support? Is this moral support so I can sing without dying inside? What song? I didn't even warm up. They're supporting. Bet on it. Okay. Why don't we start with an easy one? Something easy that I sing all the time so that I don't get intimidated. But I've sang it before, so that's not fun, is it? I don't know. Chat! Thank you for the gift. You guys! Azula, thank you. You guys! Now I'm just... Aw, man! And then, what is it called? Salting. That's salting us. What is that in English? It's when flustered. Flustered. Did I say start? Did I mean to give more than one song? No, I didn't. Did I say that? Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Makasih ya, Beb. Oh my god. Chat. Say thank you for the you got okay. What the heck? Coward! I haven't what the heck? I'm gonna die. This is how I die. Thank you so much. Is that okay though? That's a lot of okay. Inner peace. That's a lot of gifted. That's a lot of gifted sub chat. That's a Kyle, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Okay. Oh my god. Benders, thank you for the gifted sub. Cardinals, thank you for this. Guys, I'm gonna die. What lights do I use for my pen lights? Oh, purple and pink, maybe. I wanna say what's easy to start. I didn't warm up. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Tell me, can you guys hear anything? Okay. I don't know if there's even delay. Chat, you gotta let me know so we can chat. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Is there a delay? You need to tell me before I start. Yes. No? Okay. I'm not singing to people. I'm just singing in a room to myself. Didn't even warm up. Okay. Oh Lord. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Steal some cover, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. Twist to fit the mold that I am in. Things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. I would gladly hit the road, get up and go if I knew that someday it would lead me back to you. That someday it would lead me back to you. That may be all I need. In darkness she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. Fingers trace your every outline. Oh yeah. Paint a picture with my hand. Oh, oh. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. That may be all I need. In darkness she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving song on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. I'm not looking. Things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. Sunday morning rain is falling and I'm calling out to you, saying someday it'll bring me back to you. Find a way to bring myself back home to you. That may be all I need. In darkness she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving some on Sunday morning. I can tell that I'm shaking and my heart is beating 100 miles an hour, and I don't even know how fast miles are. I'm gonna die from nerves. Is that a hype chest? Holy crap! Spit the truth. What does that even mean? Well, you're doing amazing. I can tell I'm dying. Man. Okay. I was hoping doing this song would calm my heartbeat down, but it didn't, and I'm still dying. I know you're hyping me up and giving me positive reinforcement. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Ugh. When was the last time I did a karaoke stream? Like last year, probably. Oh, my heart. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is how I die. Did you give me headpats? Thank you. Me. Potential colors. What else? I don't know what else. Second and last song, question mark. Okay, let's see. I don't even... Oh, man. I'm gonna die. Don't you seriously? Is this one okay? Oh, wait, let's see. I don't even know when it starts. Ugh. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain, listening to you harp on about some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah blah blah. How I wish you'll wake up one day. Run to me, confess your love. At least just let me say that when I talk to you, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start? Ba-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da. What's a girl to do? Lying on my bed staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, a cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start? Confess I loved you, just thinking of you. I know I've loved you from the start. There goes my heart. Okay. Full disclosure, I don't look at chat when I sing because I'm gonna die. You should give me headpats. My heart is still beating out of my chest. I can tell that I'm not singing normally, but that, that's the best I got. Oh, my heart. If I had a heart monitor, I wonder if anyone sings karaoke with a heart monitor. That would be me. Was it okay? Thank you for listening. That would be a first, and you can tell how much I'm dying. Oh, my heart. Sakian, terima kasih. Just gotta sing more to get the nerves out. Did I really? You slayed, please do more. You guys are being so nice to me. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I usually just sing alone in my room, so I can tell that I'm not singing the way I would usually do when I'm alone. But I'm trying my best, chat. I'm trying my best. Me. Are you guys smiling? Okay, you know what? My nerves are killing me, but if it makes you smile, then that's okay. Then that's okay. I'll take it. And now you're singing alone in your room with chat. I'm technically still alone. I say, technically you're correct. Question mark? Ah, my heart. Wow. I generally wasn't planning on karaokeing today, so I had no mental preparation to do that. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna drink. And I posture checked myself. I crossed my legs again. I have fulfilled my duties of... I was gonna sing one song, but then I said to start. So actually this one was from the start. So technically I've done my dues. 100 gifted subs changed your mind. 100 gifted subs made me sing twice. Thank you. The song is so nice though, chat. It's been stuck in my head for a little while. What? That was a joke. She's definitely standing. What do you mean? I'm sitting down. Should I be standing? You would know. If I stood up, I'd be here, chat. If I sang standing up, I would be here. Should I have stood up? Would that give me better nerves? We gotta get 1,000. Okay. Because I don't know what else to sing, chat. And I'm still standing. Wow. I hate that my tracking is like this. Oh. She needs the boosters. You all Hello? You know, actually, wait. If I put my microphone accurate to the model, it would be here. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Do I sound further or not? Hello? Microphone? What if I just sing from down here, actually? Actually. You can still hear me, right, chat? Chat? Can you actually hear the distance? Yes? Wow, nice immersion. I'm gonna sing from down here. Thank you. I don't know what to sing though. Maybe this is less nerve-wracking because the mic is far away. And I have to talk. Okay. If I talk like this, can you hear me? Do I have to talk louder because the mic is up there? Yes? No? What kind of mic do I have again? What about some Disney? What Disney song do I know? What's a Disney song? Disney song karaoke. Let me keep this track. Huh. I haven't gone karaoke, like even in reality, in a very long time. I should go. Red, are you here? Do you know where the good karaoke places are? I'm sorry that I'm amusing myself. I'm gonna, well, question, should I sing standing up or sitting down? Does it matter? Probably. Will I do it? Thoughts. I don't know, I didn't. Okay, let me think. What song do I mumble to myself when I'm alone? Why am I doing a sage face? If you're not amusing, chat, do you think I amuse myself a lot? Just no different to a kid shouting, hey. What song? I don't know. Oh, we could do this. Wait. Not this. Dodo head. Why are you playing again? Okay, wait. 안녕하세요. Why is it still playing? Oh, the mini player. Excuse me, chat. Zane, thank you so much for the gift. Oh my god, Rin, you can use the rage type emote. Thank you, Zane, for the gifted sub. Do you know that I'm just trying to figure out what to sing? But what if I decide to put a song, but then I don't know how to sing it? Thoughts? That's fine, right? Yeah, sure. I don't know how to... I've never tried singing this, actually. Why did I put it? We'll see. We'll see. Why did I? Oh. Me trying to figure out how the song goes again. Is this a good, wise choice when I've never heard this ever? Wait, let me figure it out. Let me figure it out. Yeah, that's probably how it goes. I don't know how the front part goes. Wait a minute. Because I don't know what else to sing. And I don't know this song either, actually. But someone figure out a song for me to sing while I try to sing this, not knowing the song. Oops. I probably shouldn't do this because I can't. Gives up immediately. You can see me give up in real time. Wow, how? Wow, I don't know the song actually. Na 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 na. What? I should. What? Oh! The lyrics actually say thesis. I never. Chat. Thank you for. This is my thinking song, but I cannot think while I'm listening to this. What song? You know, once you press a karaoke song and then there's a bunch of songs underneath it. But what if I don't know any of them? Thoughts? Thoughts? What's this? Oh, what's this part? Oh, this is the intro. Is it the part that goes like that? Wow, I should listen to this song more often. Oh, that's the ad-lib section. Then what if I just do that the whole time? I'm sorry, chat. I'm thinking. What's this? Sure. Might not make my life hard anyway. I just press literally the next button. Oh. Okay. Let's try this one. If I can't, then we'll press next again until we get one. Can you... What the heck? Why don't you just come in? Why are you crawling like a gremlin? There's no cat. Ray just arrived, chat. She actually brought me drinks.
Because I was typing it to be like, when so I go in and do the S&C in the crib. You know what I mean?
I haven't started, you dodo head.
When I was hearing the song, I thought you did.
No, I just clicked whatever was at home. It was Cruel Angel's Thesis. And then I just remember my mind. I was like, sure. And then I realized I've never sang it before. I don't know how the song actually goes. Like, you just know the important parts, right? But that's it. Are you looking at me with disappointment?
No, it's because I know you're not.
Thank you. Well, you're back. Are you leaving? That's it?
I mean, you're sure. You want one in the fridge?
Yes. Duet. Wow! Oh, you know what? Actually, that might totally help my nerves.
No, guys, if you say that, she's not gonna sing.
Oh, dang. I will sing. We could do it. What do you want to do it? We've never sang a duet before. Thoughts?
Because the songs I know are weird.
Be more global, right? Be more global.
But that's my niche. Right? Is that I'm a weeb.
Wow, chat. The only song we have in common is probably Fujikaze.
Yeah, but he's so low.
He's so low. What's a Fujikaze song? But how do I? You can't hear the guy. I just heated off my headphones.
Oh, you really are standing.
I am. This is what I said, and this is what I said. Sorry, my friend is laughing at me. Chat. Do you think I'm short? I'm not. It's just the tracking is messed up. I agree with you.
But it's kind of giving the image of like you're staying on that really tall stool, like you can't reach the floor.
Do you both know Deja Vu? I only know Muna's Deja Vu. Is there any other Deja Vu? Oh, sorry. I only listen to Muna's Deja Vu. Literally. Okay, you have other things to do. She's leaving me after buying me Oi Ocha.
I was just here.
Pharaoh, let it be known that she has kept me alive for another day. Thank you for stopping by. Yes. She's giving me ice. Oh my gosh, she does keep me alive. I'm sorry. Her face popped up. I totally forgot where I was at, chat. What was this again? Okay. What's this song again? Okay. We'll try, chat. We'll try. And to pretend that I'm tall, I'll be here. 突然のキスや熱い眼差しで恋のプログラムを狂わせないでね出会いと別れ上手に打ち込んで Never say What? Oh 来ればDon't hurry. We'll try, chat. 愛に傷ついたあの日からずっと昼と夜が逆の暮らしを続けて流行りのディスコで決して本気で愛さないで恋なんてただのゲーム楽しめばそれでいいの閉ざした心を飾る派手なドレスも靴も孤独な友達I'm too dehydrated for this. 私を誘う人は皮肉なものねいつも彼に似てるわなぜか思い出と重なり合うグラスを落として急に涙ぐんでも訳は尋ねないでね夜更けの高速で眠りにつく頃ハロゲン What? Blah 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 氷のように冷たい女だとささやく声がしても Don't worry How long is this song? I'm just playing games I know it's plastic love I'm gonna die Dance to the plastic beat Another morning comes Oh, how long is this song? Shouldn't it end already? My man Dance to the plastic beat Another morning comes How long is this song, chat? How long is this song? Thank you for the head tots. I'm gonna make the set list disappear because there's no such thing and I should be done by now. Thank you. I'm done. Joke's on you, you found the 1 hour. It would not end, chat. Wow, that was 5 minutes. Have 5 minutes ever felt like forever? I'm gonna sit down. I forgot I should do this. Where am I? What's my accurate height? You were outside, weren't you?
Excellent singing, my queen. I mean, I heard you sing, so I'm like, I'm not going in until you finish singing.
Did you know that the song is 5 minutes? I never knew.
Yeah. And like at least half the song is just saying the same thing.
Plastic love. Joke's on you. This is my actual singing voice. And now it's plastic love.
I mean, it counts. Have you heard Ado singing in different ways?
Yeah, but that's different.
That's just
She's
right.
actually nice to hear. There's a difference.
You are just biased because you hear your voice every day. But everyone do not hear your voice every day. So they're like, cute dog.
Yes, this is exactly how dogs sing. when humans sleep and the night comes, they sing like exactly like this. Oh my god, tea. I feel like I'm turning into Michi a little bit, which is concerning. Chat.
You're being so humble.
Chat.
The fact that I asked was like, can I have the tea that E.T. usually
Yeah,
drinks?
because I wanted to buy it, but I forgot.
Yeah, and I bought you 2 of them, so.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know how. Thank you. Are you going somewhere?
I mean, by the time I get hungry, I'll get out.
Okay.
But I should not disturb such beautiful karaoke. I shall listen outside the door.
Is that better or worse, chat? Actually, is that better or worse? You already hear me sing a lot. You don't.
Yes, but you get nervous if there is person.
Yes, you are correct.
Therefore, win-win situation.
She's gonna be outside
Just
my
going
door.
to be like this. I see. She's
She's squatting on my floor, listening like with her ear on the door.
I mean,
I should get better soundproofing. That's my takeaway.
honestly, your sound.
Love your
is good.
singing. I'm glad
Unless
I
you
was
like-
here for the first
Oh.
of the weekly karaoke.
Weekly karaoke.
Oh my god, we.
There's no such. Thank you, Panders, for the bits. I don't know what delusion. I mean, illusions of grandeur.
Karaoke. You just sing 1 or 2 songs and then you just get on your day.
Who does that?
Some people.
They do?
Yeah.
Huh.
You don't have to dedicate like an entire karaoke stream, but it's kind of like, what
I
do?
don't. I love how people are like, I'm talking to nothing. I wish I. Do I have a PNG of you?
Why do you need a PNG of me?
So people can see you standing there, so I don't pretend like I'm talking to myself, like I'm a crazy person.
No, it's okay. I'm supposed to sound muffled and away because I'm talking to you from the door.
You're such a dodo head.
And then if you listen to the stream, because I know you don't know how I sound like on stream when I'm far away.
Yes.
It's like I'm at your door.
Chad, can you hear Ray? Actual question, can you hear Ray?
They can hear a muffled me, which is kind of like, where's...
Really?
Yeah,
Wait.
the only difference is that you sound beautiful and clear, gorgeous, magnificent, but I, far away, it's like, where is she talking from?
I'm trying to make an arrow and I'm failing miserably. Chad, you understand this is arrow,
If you
right?
had the Japanese font, you can actually write shita and actually makes a
Huh.
straight arrow.
Do I have to write it in Japanese?
Yeah, you just have to write shita.
I don't have a Japanese keyboard.
Well.
No, you dodo head. Ray is around here. She's. Just imagine her there, Chad.
What if I just add?
Okay. Sing something beautiful.
Beautiful. I don't know.
Chad, can you hear Ray? She's at my door.
I'm too low for here, right? I don't think they can hear me.
Do you hear her? Yes.
Oh,
My mic is. My mic is not a streaming mic. My mic is a recording mic.
oh my god, that makes it more perfect. It means you need more cover songs. Am I right, chat? She has a cover song mic. I don't even have that. And mine's a streaming mic, technically semi-recording, but you have professional.
I'm gonna wiggle this around when she's talking, as if this is like an avatar.
You know the smartest thing would be I get
Yes.
into a Discord call.
You're so
And I
smart.
just-
From outside, and then you're like, I'm here at the door. Thank you, chat. Thank you for listening. Okay.
Beautiful. What are your plans aside singing today?
I don't know, my mind went blank. Now everything that's in my head is just
Yamu
I
said
know it's
IGM
plastic.
Ray PNG. Oh, I forgot that Yamu.
This is a silly question. Can you just drop things on OBS like this?
It depends. Yeah, I guess you can for yours.
Oh, it's a URL. Save image. Wow, you look so beautiful here. Wow, Yamu, do you have a funnier PNG? Like that looks too beautiful. Not
I think
gonna
I put it in
lie.
the drives. I had the drive I had. But...
True. Okay, wait. Thoughts. Wait. Loading. Brain. So I don't accidentally put a picture of martabak instead of you. Don't ask, chat. Ray is approximately... Well, right now she's behind me. Yeah, you're there. She's here right now. She's squatting. Should I put you... Okay, if you go outside, I'll put you by the door. Actually, I'll just put
me
you...
like semi-transparent because I'm just like a voice in your head.
What if they think I'm crazy? Also, how do you do that here?
Apply filter.
Oh my god, there's an opacity filter. Chat, I'm learning as we go.
You didn't know?
No?
What do you mean? There's everything.
Where the fuck is opacity?
No, just do like color key or like
Color?
color correction for now.
Correction.
Like try to put that, and then there's
And then-
opacity.
I think that's... Wow, she is a voice in my head. You are listening to the voice in my... I thought you were gonna do this. And you're like, a voice from heaven. You know?
Am I dead? Oh my god,
I
I'm finally
hope you're
free.
not.
I'm not gonna live to 2,000 years. Haha, Pharaoh! I'm Darkos.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I accidentally made you very dark. Excuse me.
Brilliant. The edge.
Yeah, the edge. The edge is really coming through, huh? Now she's dark and edgy. We got this, chat. Okay, and then when Ray is at my door, she's just like back there. Size inaccuracy. Maybe. Yeah, okay, are you going back outside? So I'll put you here.
Yes, I'm going back outside.
Okay,
to
Chad.
be what we can.
To be one, yes. Yes, yes, Ray is here. Why? She has, Chad, funny thing is, she probably has better things to do with her life. But here she is. But I never said I would sing again. What is she waiting for? Chat? Why are we still here? I don't know what else to sing. Why are we still here? She just said to get... Oh, man. Get to singing? You're all waiting? But I didn't know what song to sing. Should I just search karaoke and see what pops up? Karaoke. Dangdut. No! Huh? I know none of these, chat. I know none of these. Fly me to the moon. Well, I know that. I'm literally just scrolling. Flowers. Oh my god! They have a karaoke of this? Why? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save 50 pounds per person. That's 200 pounds off for a family of 4. Why do they have a karaoke of this? What the fuck? Why do they have a karaoke of this? Does Does that count? Am I done? Does that count? Am I done, chat? Oh my god, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my. I don't know if I can do this. Okay. I'd count it as a half song. I've heard this song before. I think Muna sang it. Have I tried singing it? No. Are we gonna find out? Sure. Ay, okay. What the heck? Okay, chat, full disclosure, I've never tried to... We're finding out today what songs I know and what I don't know. Are we cool with that? Is that okay, chat? If that's okay, then we'll go for it. Can I just pretend that Ray isn't there? It kind of feels like she's staring at me, chat. Maybe if I make her less opaque, it'll freak me out less. Oh my lord. She's right behind me, isn't she? I should start locking my doors. What the heck is... Oh. That's the song of the video when it starts. Okay, let's see if I know the song. Let me think first. Okay, wait. Maybe another version would be more familiar. I don't know. Do you guys know the song? I don't know. I guess we're finding out today. Oh, this one has no cues. Okay, maybe something with a guide because I don't know this. Official karaoke. Okay. Wait, let me get into it first. Let me think. Okay. Me trying to think. Okay. Could I have tried an easier one? Yes. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. And I'm just down here a little bit, yeah. Lucky girl, she got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew. But all that you tell me that you do, dirty boy. You know everyone is talking on the scene. I hear them whispering about and how you don't know how to keep your business clean. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, she put it down slowly. Oh, yo. He left his kids at home. What the heck is this song? Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. I'm sorry, I saw the lyrics and I giggled. What the heck? Okay, chat, give me another chance, cause it's funny. Daddy, if you wanna drop the attic. I don't know the song. What? Cause I'm spending all day. Wow, you should really listen to the song before singing it. Did you know? He can be a Prada, get me Mew Mew like Rihanna. What? Oh, why do they always have this part in the middle of songs? Then I have to know. Okay, thoughts. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, you put it down slowly. Oh, yeah, yeah. He left his kids at home. Yeah, yeah. So he can get that. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. Huh. I never knew the song went like that. It was in the home screen. What the heck is a body shop? What the heck is a body shop? Freaky. Bro. How was I to know? She lied as naturally as you chat. That's why the song is called... What? Dude, I sound like... My image of you has changed with one song. Okay, that doesn't count because I didn't even sing it the way it's supposed to be sung, probably. You sang it like it's supposed to be sang? I did? I said, I did? No, I did not. Isn't it supposed to be like cool and shit? Chat. Chat? Are you laughing at me? Huh? Man, I'm so confused. Chat, you're a bit unholy. What did I do? I just sang it like it's question mark supposed to be sung. Apparently. Thank you, Cow, for subbing for 6 months. Holy crap. Thank you, my super. What did I do? Did I actually sing it properly? Chat? No? Actually, question. I did. Did I? Ray? Did I actually sing it properly? Wow. Who knew? But I couldn't even do the daddy addy blah 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 part. I did? Jen, how was I to know? What the heck? I just sang it the way I heard that one cover. It was like blah 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 blah. And I just tried. You know, well, now I do. Now I do. Now I do. So we're all gonna forget that. Okay, okay, forget Beam. Forget this ever happened. No one heard that. No one heard that. Oh, come on! Not you too. Did I actually... I'm gonna have to consult Ray on this afterwards. Did I actually sing it the way it's supposed to be sung? Now I have mixed feelings. I was just trying my best. I don't know what else to sing. I'm literally just looking... See, wait, chat. This is what I was listening to. This kept appearing in my home screen. Home feed. This one. It's Muna's. See? You can't tell me I did that. Oh, come on. God damn it, Muna. See, chat. It's totally different. And this one is... Ow. Crony. I should have whispered, huh? See, that's the way it's supposed to be sung, you dodo head. Ooh. at the body shop, doing something unholy. While she's dropping it, she be popping it. See, chat, that's just proof that I did not do it right. Ooh, okay, how about this? Because I'm reminded of Muna. I only know this one. I don't even know this one. I mean, Muna sings a lot of songs, see? Muna's version is actually not proper, she made it sexier. So I should not have referenced that. Noted. Duly noted. What do you mean, permanent image alteration? Oh, come. I can never do anything right, chat. Are you just... No, actually, are you just teasing me? You're just teasing me. I can tell you're just teasing me. You're just teasing me. I will not accept anymore. I understand now. You're just gaslighting me. I see. I get it. I've been listening to too many Muna songs. I actually don't know how to do this either. Oh, this one has backing vocals. Okay. Let me see. Oh, and this one doesn't have. Okay. Did you see how I gave you false hope twice? On the low, only love myself no more. Take you to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No, I'm all by no bark. Like to catch you off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice. You know I'm the type to risk my life. Not afraid to die. Type to make you cry. Type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain. Yeah, no villain. I'm laughing because Pharaoh's dying inside, isn't he? Me. Hear the voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. And I treat you like a prize and I throw you to the side. If I love to make you mad and get... Actually, the song is so... Me never paying attention to the lyrics before. Me thinking. And take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice. You know I'm the type to risk my life. Not afraid to die. Type to make you cry. Type to put a price all up in your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Life but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread. This song is long too. I've never listened to the full song, have I? Whoa. Chat. I'm sorry. Pharaoh isn't here right now. If you'd like to leave a message. Pharaoh, did I kill you? Don't die. Azula, thank you for the gifted sub. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling. Yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead. Hear my voice voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Pow. Oh, that's how the song goes. Chat. Turns out the song is pretty long. Who knew? Ray, did you?
Excellent singing, my queen.
Sorry, this is just gonna be Ray's ad break every 2 seconds. She brought me food. She's literally keeping me alive. Chat, she brought me food. I can't sing these kinds of songs, I think. Let me put down the thing. She brought me fried rice and vegetables. She does want me alive and well. Wait for it. I'm putting things on things. Wait. Me. Okay. I've put food on table. Okay, I'm back. Fried rice karaoke. Did you watch? I haven't watched K-pop Demon Hunters, chat. Okay, you know what? I feel like all my life, I feel like I don't know what songs fit my voice. Which is always why sometimes when I feel like I wanna sing a cover, I'm afraid that it wouldn't suit my voice. That's what happens most of the time, chat. That's what happens most of the time. Please, when I sit down, can my tummy stop showing up? Thank you. Beep boop, chat. Beep boop. Beep boop. You can? Really well? Are you just hyping me up, actually, chat? I know you're my heart. Thank you for being so supportive. You karaoke to see what fits. Really? When I was younger, it was like a classmate of mine would tell me like, "Oh, Kanna, you can only sing like songs that are probably cute. Your voice is very squeaky." And that's always in my head, and I always feel like I can't sing a lot of songs. Meep moop. Why wouldn't we hype up? Because you're all very nice. Yes, you sing very well. Pharaoh, are you okay? Did I really sing it to a point where I killed Pharaoh? Actually, we're nice? Yeah. Because you guys always compliment me. Karaoke is about having fun anyway. True. And you know, I usually sing to myself and only myself, so I don't even know if I sound fine, probably. Lasage was saying how good your tone is earlier. Was he really? Chat, even though I'm a nervous wreck. Thank you so much, question mark. I genuinely I feel like I have a lot of insecurity around singing based on the things I heard when I was younger, I guess. So I feel like I just still carry those with me, probably. Nerve does not change your tone. Actually, what is a tone? Thoughts. Oh. Okay, yeah. I hope I didn't butcher it too much. That's all I hope for, chat. So you'd rather trust a middle schooler? That's not what I meant, and you know it. Because I feel like, especially when it comes to karaoke, I think... Okay, no, to be fair, I feel like my voice doesn't really match Indonesian songs. That's what I feel. Maybe. You know what I mean? Dangdut. I mean, cause like I have a squeaky voice, and and you know, I get it. You wouldn't want to hear my voice singing Indonesian songs, would you? Or serious songs? Question. I sent you a thing. You sent me a thing. Mira. Pharaoh. Was it shocking? Why is Pharaoh standing in the corner? Is it because of villain? I would love to hear you singing. I feel like this is a trap for me to say. What Indonesian song? I don't know Indonesian songs. Ugh. What the heck is an Indonesian song? I can't even ask Ray. Baby girl, you murdered him. Pharaoh. Give us a sign. I can sing like one small part of an Indo song because I don't know them much. I know a really old song. Wait. Dr. Cinta, no. Wait. Okay. Try Playboy. My face of like. What is that song? Oh, what about the smell of fried rice is kind of distracting me. Just saying, a lot of people with squeaky voices sound amazing when they sing. Look at wow. Yes, but squeaky talkers. I am a squeaky talker, aren't I? Screech. Okay. Let's try this then. I haven't heard this song in a while. Let's see. You can always try singing from other people's karaoke. Huh. Okay. I also don't know that song. I only know the part where it goes... the thing. Also here, Pretty Little Baby. And then I'll just do that one line. Because that's all I know. Oh, well, I'll be down here, I guess. Wait, no. I can be a normal human size. Accurate enough. Is this it? I only know the one part. And apparently I don't know this part. Wait. Yeah, me realizing I don't know the song. Why am I singing and you're not? Because I don't know. I told you I don't know. Okay. What if I try a part that I think I may know? Pretty little baby. That's it, chat. You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours telling all the bluebirds, the bill and coobers. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. That's all I know, chat. That's all I know. Thank you. Sekian terima kasih. That's all I know. I've tried. I could do Pretty Little Baby on repeat. I could do that. Probably. Wait. I could just do that. Pretty little baby. Is that the part? Pretty little baby. Pretty little baby. You say that maybe you'll be thinking of me and try to love me. Pretty little baby, I'm hoping that you do. That's it. You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours telling all the bluebirds, the bill and Cooper's pretty little baby. I'm so in love with you. I think that's it. Yay! I've succeeded at singing more parts of the song. You guys ever know just like one part of the song? That's pretty accurate voice and mood. Oh, thank you. Among the many hundreds of times Risu passes my feed. Okay, this one I think I know. Because I think I heard Hello ID cover it. I think? Maybe? Non-Indonesians would not know? Maybe? Me trying to figure out how it goes. Well, now when I think in real time, you can see, and I don't know how to feel about that. Wait, let me find another one. This one? Wait, let me just see. Apa ini anjir? This is not the song that I meant. Excuse me, chat. It has the same title. I'm wrong. Bukan. I don't know what happened. I don't wait, nobody heard that. Nobody heard that. Oh man, what the heck? Wait, are you telling me there are many songs with the same title? Holy crap. Is that true? Oh man, how am I gonna find it now? Okay, let's see if this one is the correct one. This one is probably correct, chat. Wait for it. Ray, stop looking at me from the outside, thank you. What? Oh, it's original key. This is a dude one. Jelita, tak dapat lagi ku ucap kata. Bisuku diam terpesona. Andai suatu hari kau jadi milikku, tak akan ku lepas dirimu kasih. Dan bila waktu mengizinkanku untuk menunggu dirimu, ku rasa ku telah jatuh cinta pada pandangan yang pertama. Sulit bagiku untuk bisa berhenti mengagumi dirinya. Oh Tuhan tolong diriku. Actually, they stopped showing lyrics on the thing. I guess I was wrong. Sekian, terima kasih. Anyway, my point was made. I'm not used to singing Indonesian songs, and I don't know if my voice suits it. So that's all. Sekian, terima kasih. And I should have found a female key, but I didn't. Beep 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 beep. My brain working in full time, chat. My brain. Bro is good. Are you biased? Low-key get the karaoke version like Okay, that's every time I sit down la. Sit. Can my model stay in place for just one day? Stop that, it was amazing. Sis, we are not biased. Say thank you, Kanna. Thank you, chat. Stop downplaying yours. Is it downplaying? If I genuinely feel like it. Thoughts? Playboy 7 icon. What the heck is a 7 icon? I assume there's 7 people. Also, my tummy is rumbling. If I sing a hunger song, if I say it, what the heck is this? What if I just keep pressing next on YouTube autoplay and try to sing whatever comes up and see if I give up and I press next? Thoughts? Your thoughts are usually wrong. Oh, no, the timing is crazy. Should I be drinking iced tea during singing? Probably not. Why am I still singing? Chat? Why am I still singing? Is that enough yet? I've murdered all your ears already. No hot tea. Yeah, I have iced tea. I have iced tea. Cause we got you locked in the room. I have free will, chat. I have free will. What's this? Oh! This is also a cool song. You see that sub? Holy crap! We actually reached us 300. What the heck? I mean, what is this song? Are you asking us if it's enough? Okay, no, actually, are you just saying it? Play God? Yeah, yes, that song. It's so cool. Let's see. I don't know if I can pull this off either. What? You know, people usually practice off stream, right, chat? Why am I figuring out what I can sing on stream? Actually, why? This is what you came for. Blood on the game ball. Everybody dropping like rainfall. This is your moment. Eyes on the pulpit, kid. What? Oh. And they're singing your praises, la la la. Oh, okay. Okay. Cause once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun. Wow, I love how I don't know this part. Baby, we're God. Yeah, we're God. How? What? Okay, wait. I'll stand up. How is this song supposed to go? We're gonna crumble one by one. Okay, you know what, chat? This is what I sound like when I'm alone and I want to sing a song and I don't know how to sing it, and then you're gonna hear me repeat the same part all over again. Why am I doing it on stream though? My kingdom come, baby, we're God. Should I take the lower register? I should take the lower one, dodo head. Ignore that. I should also not try singing songs that I've never tried before. Silence. La, la, la. Sorry. Ignore me. This is what I sound like when I'm alone and I have nothing better to do and I'm just singing to myself, but now you're here and I'm embarrassed. Thank you. Please stop listening to me. Goodbye. Just go away. Just go away. Just go away, chat. Just give me, I'm a baby. Thank you. You're doing great. Is this exposure therapy? I just press next. What's this? Okay. I should stop this. Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them. I hope I never see them again. Me losing willpower. Oh! In a broke down car. Oh, this is the guy part. I can't stop. can't stop. Baby, pull me closer in the backseat. When I sound like a gremlin, I can sing most things because I give less crap. Thoughts? Of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. You're just getting gremlin me now. Yep. Imagine we're doing the guy part. Are you actually singing along with me? You're so silly. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll sing something I know this time. I promise. Let me just think about what song I know. What song do I know? Oh, I know this part, probably. I was insane. Stay. Play that Blink-182 song that we beat to death in Tucson, okay. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down car and 4 years no calls. Oh. And I can't stop. I'm dying. Chat, okay. This is why I shouldn't karaoke with no mental preparation. You're gonna see me break down on stream. Thoughts? Man. I should stop. I'm burning people's ears. I'm deafening people's ears with no responsibilities. I should just listen to racing. I don't mind. You can hear my intrusive thoughts in real time. Oh my god, have you heard my bestie? Oh, why are you listening to me? Because I've lost my mind. And this is wonderful. Have you heard my bestie sing, chat? Sing a Ray cover. Ray. Okay, what if I sing a calmer song? So that I'll be calmer. Right? Chat? That sounds like a wise decision. Maybe if I sing a slow song, I will also cease to panic. You can see my brain genuinely go spiral into oblivion in real time. Did I kill Pharaoh? Pharaoh, are you alive? Pharaoh's asleep. Fly me to the moon, sure. I'm saying yes to anything, even when I don't know. Oh, maybe this one? I don't know what the difference is. Pharaoh's alive. Pharaoh, do you think I'm breaking down? Do you think my brain cell is dying? Do you think I'm dead? Okay, I'm just gonna sit down. Let me calm down. I should drink my iced tea. Okay. Calming down. Okay. Eat food lah. I know, right? Damn. Okay, let's see. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Na 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 my heart with song. Let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In other words, I love you. Okay, I'm calmer. I have achieved inner peace again slightly. I'm sorry for being erratic. I've stopped panicking in real time. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, I feel better. Thank you. I feel better. Yippee. I might get a noise complaint tomorrow. Did I actually? You know, I'll take it. Thank you for the DMs. If you need to eat, it's okay to stop singing. Okay, I'm just regaining my calm. When I get hungry, my tummy will let me know. You're so kind. Man, Pharaoh. Everyone is so nice to me. Me. I've regained my calm, chat. Wow, I was really panicking for like... See, that's what happens, chat. I just panic. I panic a lot, chat. I panic a lot when it comes to singing, cause then I get... my brain just doesn't work. My brain... You deserve niceness. Did you clip that? Is it even clip worthy? But okay. One of these days I should sit down and watch all the clips. Panic less. You're singing is... You're so kind, sir. You're so kind. I'm literally scrolling down again, which is what I do. What is this song? Bedtime for me. Hi, thank you so much, Benders. Have a good rest and sleepies. Yep. Okay, chat. Are you sick of me singing yet? That's a lot of me screeching in your ear for an hour? Did I screech for an hour? I screeched for an hour, didn't I? Me. Oh, guy. I'll eat, I guess. Cause I know I'll forget if I don't eat. Meep moo. Let me eat over. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm trying not to be embarrassed. Because I'm hearing from the door. What size am I? Am I appropriate size? I'll eat. Mostly thank you for the head pats. What's embarrassing about this? Sometimes. Oftentimes. Wow, okay, let me get my fried rice. You're gonna hear crispy plate spoon sounds. Yeah. Okay, I got food. That Ray got me. Reverb is a voice from heaven. Okay. Wow, how do I turn it off again? What if I'm stuck like this forever? Okay. There you go. That's good from the other side. Okay. Hi, chat. Okay. Being stuck forever would be pretty funny. What if it happens? Okay. You know what happens after I sing? Usually it's just me and my negative thoughts swirling. I'll be like super critical. I'll be like, to myself, I mean. I just want to say, girl, you have a wonderful voice. Thank you. Someday, hope you can accept our compliments. What if Ray is just back there outside? I don't know. It's not just singing, I guess. I've been told I have low self-esteem, chat. And I know people... and I do feel sorry. I feel bad because I feel like I'm inadvertently... Okay, you know what it is? You know what it is? I always feel like I'm inadvertently making people compliment me because of my low self-esteem. And I feel terrible because I feel like people are forced to compliment me because I have so low self-esteem. So I get complimented when I don't deserve it. Have you ever heard of overthinking? That's me. If you see the definition of overthinking in a dictionary, you'll see my name there. Thank you. Why is my brain like this? I know. That's how my brain works, chat. I'm sorry. I have issues. Okay. I'm eating fried rice with veggies and chicken, I assume. Okay. How much does self-esteem cost? So you think we'd lie that you're good at singing? I don't know. I don't think... it's more like... On a scale of 1 to I don't believe in myself, it's less about... It's less about people... I think people are liars. It's more about me having a hard time believing that I'm okay. And my brain knows it's an issue, but it's hard to register. Does that make sense? We'll talk more about this later. You sound like my principal in school, Pharaoh. I have often thought for you. I love how I can laugh, but not respond in a normal human legible way. Don't let the brainworms win. Man, who knew I had brainworms? What scale is that? Who gifted you that scale? I know, Chant. I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel guilty. Oh, this is overthinking, isn't it? I feel guilty because I feel like I keep inadvertently making you try to convince me how good I am. When you genuinely believe it, but my brain doesn't take it. And then I feel like, you know, man. Dude, I have issues. Oh, I have issues. What's that song? I got issues. That's me. I'm a bundle of issues. Gosh dang it. Oh. Thank you for head pats. Okay. You know what it is? I feel like when we were in school, you get grades, right? You get grades. This is my personal theory. And then I grew up and you're not graded anymore. So I feel like I have no objective view on myself, you know? Like for example, if I get 100 on math, then I'd be like, oh, okay, then I know at least I've passed the standard and I got a certain score. But it doesn't work like that in life, do we, chat? Know what I mean? So I feel like there's no objective way for me to, like, you know? Gosh dang it, my brain. Am I just an Asian child, chat? Am I just a victim of the system? I'm kidding. Self-worth. You're so right. Wouldn't a passing grade be us enjoying it? True. Learning how to grade yourself is a valuable skill. It's so difficult, yeah. Because it's like, I don't want to be depending on other people to see my own self-worth, but I don't see it. Like, I'm blind. What do? It's like telling a blind person slowly trying to describe a rainbow. I'm like, huh? Gosh dang. Should I get her ass? What I do? You're giving me PTSD of like, why you only have 98 over 100? You're such a failure. I don't know if I'm that bad. I don't know. Okay, like moments I feel a sense of accomplishment is that one day, you. Chat, I'm about to be blasted, aren't I? Mid-eating. Oh, okay. Wait. Chat cannot hear you yet. I think Pharaoh has come to... Hello. Yes, father. Yes, father. I'm on the shelf. Oh my god. Ow. They can't hear you? Oh. I did mute you. I'm a dork.
Good
Try
job.
again.
Okay. Now that I've ironed the crease out of my fucking brain, listen.
Yes.
Objectively speaking, right?
Yes.
Could you improve? Of course.
Ow.
You know, that's what practice is for. As it stands, you have a natural ability to sing that is already better than a lot of other people, right? So like there's nothing at all wrong with how you sing now. And you do have good range. You know, you're talking about your squeaky. Well, I mean, yes, but like also no, because you were singing things that were not squeaky during this karaoke, for example, right? So
When you died on the inside, I guess. Question mark.
oh, this is gonna be the new rage bait, chat. This is gonna be the new gaslight. This is gonna be
What
the
did
new,
I do now?
I
asked
you
a
know what? That's okay,
question.
chat. I will get her back. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I will get her back. I already know how to get her back. I'll get her back. It's fine. It's fine.
Wow, I don't understand. I do not comprehend
Anyway,
what rage bait.
Yes.
Go on.
Of course you don't. No, you never understand. I don't even know how to sing that song. Sing it exactly the way it's supposed to be sang.
No, I did not. I couldn't even do the middle part. The blah 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 part. Don't quote me on that. Those aren't the exact lyrics.
Because you saw the lyrics and your skull imploded a little bit.
No, it
That's
went
exactly what happened.
Went...
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Is she was like, haha, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna cook Chat's ass with fucking Unholy. But she's never like really looked at the lyrics, right? And then she's like, yeah.
What the heck is this theory?
She was feeling herself, Chat. She was there. And then she saw the lyrics and she said, holy shit, those are the lyrics? And she had a moment with the Lord. she had to immediately, she had to go, oh, wait. Wait, hold on. I can tell you exactly what happened. I could hear it, and I could hear it in my head what was going on. Kanna's all like, ha ha, unholy, teehee. This will be fun.
I love how you think that.
I'll show Chat. And then yeah, she saw the lyrics and was like, oh no.
Do you want to know what actually happened?
What actually happened? Tell me.
No, it's like Muna, someone made like that clip of Muna singing it, and it played in my home feed yesterday. I was like, oh, that sounds cool. Okay. And earlier, when I didn't know what to sing, it appeared again in my home feed. That's literally it. That's how my brain worked. It was just there. That's it.
So you're
There's
blaming
no
Muna.
Pre-planning. I'm not blaming Muna. All I'm saying is it wasn't.
How
like
could you? How could you listen?
What?
How could you listen to what Muna was singing there? Right? Like, how could you listen to what Muna was singing there, and not have some concept of what you were getting yourself into? Explain.
I was washing dishes.
Thoughts? No.
I was washing dishes while listening to the song. Who pays attention to the lyrics? You realize English is not my first language.
Girl, the tone of voice alone that Muna uses when singing that song.
But Muna's always sexy. Question mark?
So see Chat. So there you go. She's acknowledging that her brain registered that what Muna was doing was sexy, and then she chose to sing the song anyway. See?
But it doesn't mean that I will sound sexy singing it. You know? Ow. If we got someone else singing it sexy, what the heck?
She's gonna get shaken so hard, Chat. You have no idea.
What did I do now?
Where's Ray? Ray, are you still there? Can you just like shake her a little bit for me, please?
Wow, she's gonna walk in, shake me, and walk back out.
She said no. Damn it, Ray.
I think she went home.
Oh, she left. Oh, okay, she left.
She should. She has a life. She can't spend her life just shaking me.
I understand that, but the next time, Ray, that you bring Kanna food or whatever, I need you to shake her.
All right, veggies. Okay.
If you're paid for it, wow. Okay.
Okay, but actually, just because I sing sexy song doesn't mean the song it will be sung in a sexy way just because it's a sexy song. You know what I mean? Because I'm the one singing it and I sound like a twerp. Ow. Ow.
Chat, did she sound like a twerp when she was singing?
I don't know. Everyone was like very...
Chat,
first of all, I don't look at... Yes.
Chat,
okay, tell me. Hit me, chat. With the truth. Chat, be honest.
Was she sounding like a twerp when she sang Unholy?
I thought I sounded like a twerp.
You know what? Fuck this. I can do... Hold on. I have power. Hold on. /poll.
You're gonna make a poll. Hey, someone saw the dunce and allowed that message. You sang like you knew what Sam Smith want. What did Sam Smith want? Did he have issues? Dang. What was that? Okay, for Sam Smith, his image in my head is like his songs before this, which was like the really sad songs. What was it? The one that goes like, you and me, we made a vow. You know? Why would I think Daddy would be the theme of the other song? Question mark? What's a body shot? Okay, I'll just Google those later. Point making. You have did Pharaoh perish? Pharaoh perished in making this poll. He's really making a poll, isn't he? You have a different, you have an amazing, I I have a sexy. I've never heard that ever in my life. Not gonna. I've never heard that ever. You can do both gremlin and sexy are the best. Oh my god, are you lying to me? I've never heard this before in my life.
Yeah.
No, genuinely, I've never heard this before in my life. It could be
Oh
because
my
I
God,
just think.
Twitch,
Yeah.
what is fucking wrong with you? Jesus.
So is Twitch on my side? Oh my god.
What do you mean this does not meet Twitch's guidelines? What part of this?
I don't know what he's typing, but actually, did you say
There's
a sexy
nothing.
song?
There's nothing weird here. I do not understand.
Wow, Pharaoh doing
Bro.
things back there. It was on my feet, and Sasmith going crazy with his dance moves.
I guess twerp is offensive to Twitch.
Then say gremlin. Question mark? What does twerp mean again? I just thought it sounds funny.
It's just another word for like brat, basically.
Yeah, you can't say twerp. It is being held.
That's crazy. That is actually fucking crazy.
Does it mean something
Alright.
bad?
So
Will I get banned? Am I gonna die?
So did the poll start? Chat, did the poll, because I can't see it because I started it.
I also can't see it.
Brother, I am gonna actually go someplace and find somebody from Twitch and I'm gonna beat them with a fucking bat.
Wow, it's still being held. Yeah, so probably use a different word.
I've completely removed
Interesting.
word.
All the words, so it's just a blank poll. Of like A or B. Don't know which you're choosing. Okay. Ow. Okay, first of all, chat. I try my best not to look at the chat when I'm singing because I know it'll
It
freak
says
me out.
a poll is already active.
Okay.
Okay.
Someone else who can make a poll, question mark.
Yeah, then see if like
Pharaoh
like,
has been
Yamu-
banned.
I don't understand. It says that the poll is already running, but I don't see a poll. So I don't know.
I also don't see anything. Okay. It's there if you refresh.
Oh, if you
Huh?
refresh. Oh, okay.
Ow.
Let me refresh the page. Yep, it is there. Okay, refresh.
Twitch chat. You really just said Kanna sexy during and how dare you?
Yes, I did.
The word sexy has
Absolutely.
never been associated with me ever.
Well, sorry. You were the one who said it, so I used the word that you used. Lamau.
I was reading someone's chat. Someone said
Well, there you go.
Whimsy.
The poll is 85% yes, so there you go.
you closed it before I could vote.
No, it just closed itself. So
No, it did
doesn't matter.
not.
Even if you had voted, it wouldn't matter. I didn't get to vote. So yeah, deal.
I have mixed
Anyway.
feelings about this. I've never been called that word in my life
That's
ever.
not you hey, just look at it this way. Not twerp energy. How about that? We can just call it not twerp
Oh my
energy.
god, Chad, you think I have not twerp energy? That makes it better. That makes it slightly better. Yeah.
Does it make it better? It's a little less traumatizing for you. I'm not really sure that fuck you, it can be traumatizing.
But okay. I was about to say that I don't think I made it sexy. I wasn't trying to be. I was just trying to sing it.
You
way
sang the song the way it's supposed to be sung. La.
Sing it again.
What did you think?
Daddy sobs. I'm kidding. He's gonna die. He's actually gonna die. Wow, chat. Wow.
Brother.
Gonna stand at the corner. Wow. The way my head
Face.
just turned.
faced in the fucking corner, sobbing uncontrollably.
Like, what did my pet dog turn into? Question mark.
What is this? Why is my pet dog like this? What happened? I don't understand.
You're singingly saying this. I don't know. It could have been worse.
I mean, yeah, it could have been worse. I don't know if I don't think you have worse in your soul yet.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard this song. Like, other than for Muna, there was another cover that I heard, because then it auto-played next, which was...
Muna is... Muna.
Oh,
Muna is Muna. That's why I'm just going to stop right there.
This
Muna
is the one
Muna.
I heard. Wait. Fudge. I don't know if it... Okay. Can you still hear? This is the version I heard next. Well, I heard this first before Muna's version. And thus, I was like, I didn't even know what it means. Okay, wait. How do I hear it without hearing it? Wait, chat, can you hear that? Listening to nothing. Did I mute it? I totally muted it, didn't I? No, I didn't. Yeah, we can. Okay, good. You can hear it and I can't. Okay. Yeah, so this is the version I heard first, before the original version. Right? And it's in Japanese. But I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know what it means. Well, until Muna sang it, I guess. Question mark? At least I heard the mommy daddy part.
I'm just saying, you heard the Muna version, and
Yeah.
so when you protest that you didn't know what you were doing, and it's like, but you heard the Muna version. What do you mean? And we can wait. I
mean, okay. If I sound like a gremlin, doesn't matter now, does it?
You didn't sound like a gremlin though, Kanna. That's kind of the whole thing. Is that there was not gremlin energy being exercised.
Okay. Should I try to sing it with gremlin energy? Thoughts?
Yeah, what Ray basically said. You speak in gremlin. You do not sing in gremlin.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Deal.
Really? Oh my.
How was I to know? I'm under this impression that, you know, if your voice sounds like a gremlin, that's what you're gonna sound like when you sing, probably. No matter how much you try to mask it, not gonna go away.
No. There's no gremlin when you sing, Kanna. Please, I beg. There's no gremlin.
Oh.
There's no gremlin. Zero gremlin.
Would you say I have low... What is it when you... Low self-visibility? What is that called? Do you understand? Do you understand me?
Low self-awareness?
No!
Low self-esteem? Because both statements are true. I mean, that's the thing, is that both of those statements are accurate. So we got to work on that.
Do I really have low self-awareness? Like a lot?
In certain areas, I feel like you have a certain amount of low self-awareness. Huh. Especially when it comes to what you're good at. Because, like, especially your singing, like, you really are a good singer.
I'll take it. I'll take a compliment.
I know. You're cringing right now. I can feel you, like, trying to curl up into a ball. But no, really, like just as a all right. So, like, this is the professionally trained observer Pharaoh. This isn't dad Pharaoh or friend Pharaoh or whatever. This is professionally trained.
Okay, I'll take notes. Professional
I
Pharaoh.
spent nearly 20 years working in security, and a lot of what I did was observe and report.
Okay, I'm taking my notes.
I am pull out your notebook. So pull out the notebook. So factually speaking, you are a good singer. Yes, you could get better, but everybody can get better. That's not a detractor. That's just a statement of everybody could get better if they tried. When your community tells you that you are, good at what you're doing. They're not just glazing you. They're not just being supportive because we like the doggo. They're giving you factual, like, feedback on what they are seeing.
Okay. I'll write down. I can sing. I can get better.
And I have a plan about that. We'll talk about that
And
later.
Pharaoh has plans, and I'm writing that down too? Question mark. And
Yes,
Pharaoh
that's fine. You can write that down.
has plans. By your definition, I don't know. I just feel like everyone is a better singer. Question mark. I don't know.
Well, okay. Well, that's okay. Well, okay. Let's take the take the comparison out. Like we're not comparing you to other people.
Yeah.
Who do you just think sings really well?
Muna?
Agreed. Who else?
Who else? A lot of people. Like everyone?
Right.
Question mark. Okay, let me think.
Okay, and not
Enna.
everyone. I can't carry
Okay.
a tune with both hands and a wheelbarrow.
like-
So not
I
everyone.
like Enna. I think Enna sings really well. She sings amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we're not stuck to like VTubers,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
I'm just
VTubers.
gonna go to my home and be like, "Who is here? Luffy? Sure. How are you supposed to say it? Yeah. Ado? Fujikaze? Like literally everyone in my home screen. I will read their names out loud.
I don't know who any of these people are because I'm old.
Oh, Pharaoh. Oh, Frank Sinatra.
Okay, I'm not that old. Fuck you.
How would I know? I don't know the age. Okay. I mean, those are professional singers. That's their life.
Exactly. Right.
Oh,
So
you do
Beethoven.
have
Hold
a
on a second. I need to do
point.
something real quick. Hey, Ren, how's it going, buddy? How you doing over there? Al? How's it been? It's been a while since I've had to do this to you, little shit. Get out of here. Beethoven. Fucking Beethoven. Beethoven in your face. So anyway, so the people you like listening to are like professional
for me.
singers. Like that's what they do for a living, right? So like you shouldn't. You're still learning. You're still practicing. You're still working towards getting better, and comparing yourself to people who have been doing it professionally for years is.
You're
do you see how
smart.
Do you see how silly that shit is? Like honestly, like do you see how like that's kind of like, you know, that would be like you be suddenly developing an interest in, you know, doing security things and be like, man, I suck compared to Pharaoh who did it for almost as long as you've been alive, right? Like that's just dumb, right? Don't do that to yourself. You need to give yourself room. Yeah, exactly, Deep. It's like comparing yourself to Tyson when you just started boxing, right? Yeah, Zayd's got a good point too. Imagine giving up cooking because you're not as good as a 5-star chef, right? See, La. Don't compare yourself.
I mean, I wouldn't give it up. I guess I would just hold myself to a harsher standard. Because, like, for example, if Ray would say, you're good at cooking, but then I'll be like, yeah, you know? But I get what you're trying to say. I get
Not everything has to be a competition, Kanna.
It's
Sometimes
not that
you
I'm
can just-
competing, you know? It's more like
you can
feel
just be
bad
good.
if I don't reach. True. I get what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to say is I wasn't holding a mental competition. It was more like I would feel bad if I don't reach a certain you know?
That is definitely that Asian child in you. You only got an A, you didn't get an A plus. That's what that shit is right there. That is exactly what that shit is right there. Oh man, all I got was an A. I didn't get an A plus on shit. And that's not how it works. That's not that is not how that works, okay? Dude, like Kanna, listen, sweetie, please. Like, honestly, hell, fuck, getting a B when you're like still learning something is exceptionally good. You know, when you think about it, just because you didn't get an A plus the first time you tried something, like, doesn't mean that you didn't do well.
When I was a kid, I got a C once and I cried.
Oh,
It was on a subject I really hated.
My report cards would have made you absolutely have like a nervous breakdown. Like, as long as I got a passing grade, I didn't give a shit.
Huh.
But then again, neither did my mom. Yeah, as long as I was passing, she didn't really care. Like, I was bored in most of my classes. I hated them. It was really hard to put effort forth when you're just bored all the time. You know, like, but at the end of the day, like, are you passing? And that's like, I think the thing that people, Southeast Asians, need to understand, that as long as you're passing, like, a pass is a pass, man. Be proud that you passed. A lot of people don't pass.
In uni, on one of the what is it called? Class thing? Yeah. In uni, I got a C in one of the class. I retook it. I got an A.
Good for you. You don't have to do that with everything. You can.
I spent half a year taking it again.
Yeah.
To be fair, I got that C because it wasn't technically my fault. My classmate dragged me away to help them do an assignment on my exam day, right? And then because they kidnapped me, I couldn't get to my exam in time, so I didn't get to do my final exam, which is 40% of the grade, which got me a C. I still passed because I was supposed to get an A.
Yeah.
So even if I didn't get 40% of my score, I still got a C. But then I couldn't take it. I'm like, I'm not gonna get a C.
That'll be establishing boundaries and learning how to the beauty of the word no. But that's for later. We'll get there eventually. That's a common thing.
My point is, I'm not used to just passing if I can help it.
I get that, but like, and there's nothing wrong with seeking to be better and to do better, as long as you don't turn it into something toxic. If your drive to be better leads you to being self-deprecating, that's a problem. Like, if it's like, man, I got this, I did really well, but I think I can do better. That's like, yeah, I did good, but I can still do it. Which, that's not what you're doing. You're doing, man, I only got a B. I'm shit. I have to go back and do this again until I get an A plus. That's what you're doing. There's a difference between those two things. And like Ray just pointed out, singing there is no end, right? Like, there's not, like, singing doesn't ever like stop. You know, you can continue striving to be better at something or learning more about it or whatever. Like, indefinitely. You know. I'm just saying that you need to focus more on the stuff that you're doing really well, and not like how, yeah, I'm doing well, but because it's not perfect or it's not this or whatever, it's not good. That's the thing. So I guess the off stream conversation happened on stream anyway, probably because it's good to have the chat, the community here to support what I'm saying. Because that's it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the way that you sing. You sing very well. Can you sing better? Probably. But that doesn't mean that what you're singing now isn't good.
I feel like I'm not consciously trying to be a better singer. I sing because I like it. But I feel like sometimes that Asian child mindset kicks
syndrome,
in.
It kicks in.
It kicks in, you know?
And I'm
I'm
going
not-
to be kicking it when I see it engage
Oh.
because that's not good for you. It's not healthy. You need to
Mm.
when I start seeing it's not an A+ glaze in your eyes, I'm gonna throw a boot at you. Like, stop it. Stop it.
She can't ignore all of us, right? She found me a t-shirt
Shit,
when she sang. The teacher said she's good at it. I don't know how true that is, but you know.
I have thoughts, but I have
Yes.
thoughts. I have thoughts and I have plans.
She hates me. No! All I'm saying is, I know, I feel like with you came to the teacher with things that you already wanted to improve. I didn't know what the heck I want. I was basically waiting for the teacher to tell me, you fucking suck, get better. But that didn't happen, so I got confused. That's basically it.
A good teacher is not going to look at you and say, you fucking suck, get better. They're going to try to find out, like, what are you trying to achieve, and then help you achieve it. Kind of, Jesus Christ. What kind of fucking teachers have you had, homie? Like, a good teacher looks at you and says, cool, let's, like, where do you want to go? What are you trying to,
Was Rin just timed out again?
It just got timed out again.
Wow, Rin. I wish I knew what you were trying to say. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you give me a sign? Rin, give me a sign. Hello. She thinks I knew what to fix, but they said I had so many things to fix. Okay, girl, now. With you just need to find where the fuck your abs are, girl. Ray doesn't know how to feel her tummy. That's her problem. That's her only problem. Now she's glazing. Me. Okay. I've eaten vegetables. I've done my due diligence to stay alive today. Medicine.
And we appreciate that.
They're outside. Oh, they're outside. Aya, later la. I have to get it, don't
Do you still have meds that you need to be taking?
Meds, vitamin D.
Oh, Jesus fuck, if you don't take your vitamin D, I swear to God.
It's outside.
I will actually crash out on you. Go get your vitamins.
Aw, man.
Listen, I want to tell you something. Listen. I don't want to hear
Yes.
it. I have been taking my pale ass outside and staying in the sun long enough to get my vitamin D to the point where I'm getting sunburnt on a pretty much a daily basis now, but I'm trying to make sure I'm getting my vitamin D. So if I'm going outside and burning myself to a crisp to get it, you can take a fucking pill. Go get your meds. go get your vitamins. Take your fucking vitamins. I swear to God. Deep, I don't have to live in Indo, homie. I live in Alabama. It's hot, it's bright and sunny here right now. We are starting into the early stages of summer, so it is going to be bright and sunny. Damn, Ray catching all kinds of strays. What did Ray do? She didn't even time you out. It was me and Dark. Oh. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, Rin. She's like out and about doing stuff. That's so funny. Imagine. Damn, Zayd. Imagine wanting help. Here's what I'll do. Hold on. I'll do this. There you go, Ray. There you go. You're safe now. You're safe now. I've given you the VIP. Now Rin can't be angry at you ever again for not doing mod things on his behalf. That's too funny. Guys, do you think Kanna got lost trying to find her vitamins? Yeah, the chance it is a non-zero chance that Kanna got lost. Ray, you might have to go back to the house and figure out what happened to her. Wait, I hear doggo noises. Hold on. I hear doggo noises.
Hey. Hey, what now? I went to the bathroom.
Ah, okay. Welcome back.
See, I went to the bathroom without prompting. Wait,
Good job.
prompted? Being prompted? Ugh, English.
Prompting works. The way you said it the first time was accurate.
Yippee.
I mean, English is a mess. Like, you're not wrong. English is a mess. I mean, I've been speaking English my entire life, and I'll be the first one to say that English is kind of a mess. There, and there. That's all I have to say about that. So yeah, you're in your that's another good example. Tungsten.
This is how I die. Drinking vitamin D. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I know. Yeah. High dosage vitamin D, blah blah. Okay.
Oh no, Ray. Oh no, Ray. You're not free. Because I'll still be in your DMs, buddy.
Me moo, me moo, moo, moo. Me.
And I carry a hammer for you, so you kind of have to listen to me at least a little bit.
Ow.
I had to give Ray VIP while you were gone because Rin was bullying her for not untiming him out. So Ray demanded to be desorted.
Sorry, I suddenly remember what popped in my brain was Ray, Rin, and Michi's male model with Rin's voice, and Ray having an absolute crash out. It's so funny.
Oh wow, I don't believe she just outed you like that, Ray. Damn.
Sorry, it's so funny.
That was
so funny.
Fucking hilarious. That is
It's so funny.
Hilarious.
Lethal, absolutely lethal. Who knew? Well, did Ray die? Can we not? Wasn't it public knowledge?
I think Ray just threw her phone across whatever room
I thought it was public knowledge. These stray bullets feel like homing. We were all there.
Oh no. That is so funny.
I'm so sorry.
I missed that. I'm glad I got told about that. I'm gonna
Oh my
I'm gonna
god,
tease Ray
it's
about
the
that forever
best.
now.
It's the best ever. Get Rin a model. Just get Rin a model, honestly. And watch Ray get a crash out. Holy crap.
That's it. Ren, we'll you know what, Ren, if nothing else, I can get you a PNG kind of like mine. I could just
Ray,
give Ren.
this is how
I
we
could
can
just
tell
give
you're
Ren
a
my
visual
PNG.
person. Ray, it's okay to be a visual person. That's okay. Oh my lord. Okay.
So fucking funny. That is absolutely so fucking funny.
It's so funny. I love you, my bestie.
That is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Oh my lord.
We'll just we'll just have to get Michi to let Ren borrow the male model from time to time. The next time we have to do modcast, Ren.
Oh my god, it's gonna be amazing.
The next time we have to do yep. The next time we have to do Modcast, Rin, I'm going to talk to Michi, and we are just going to plug you into her male model for the entire Modcast. Perfect.
Ray will
Perfect.
unplug her internet.
Ren, make a note of that for me. Write that down because I'll forget because it's late. Put that in mod chat or something.
Indo pickup quotes. Okay, even if I teach like Indo pickup quotes, Ray will know none of them. Ray, do you think Ray will really know how to, thoughts? Indonesian, hello?
That is absolutely outstanding. I can't wait for the next modcast now. Rin with Michi's male model.
No, because like apparently Ray doesn't know like Indonesians have this funny way of they're gonna be like, if I chat with you, will anyone get angry? Which is apparently I've learned is a pickup line, and then Ray will probably don't know. Ray, has anyone ever told you that?
If I chat with you, will anyone get angry?
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, because
that's a line.
The premise is that if you have a boyfriend or something, they will certainly be angry.
Yeah, I see.
It's
yes,
a way of
that makes
asking
sense.
if you have like a boyfriend without directly asking. Yeah, it's a very roundabout way. Ish.
There was a friend I had for a while that's Indonesian, and what I discovered, one of my joys was to take like English like pickup lines or like smooth talk, and then translate it into Indo, and then read
terrible.
read it badly to her.
0 out of 10 Riz. Yep. Nope. I've also been seeing that line pop up.
I could bring that back.
Hell
Chat,
no.
should I bring that back? Would that be fun?
Yeah. If I chat here, would anyone be angry? Oh hell no.
Pharaoh does bad Indonesian pickup lines.
I'll be waiting for your next stream. I can't wait for your next stream where you're gonna do that. Where I won't be there to hear it with my ears. Because I will actually understand them. What else? What else are Indonesian pickup lines? Yeah, I would ask Ray, but she won't know. Yeah, no, I don't. Checks out. Yeah. Oh, guy. Pharaoh calling people sayang. You should do that, Pharaoh.
Hold on.
Iya. Sendirian aja.
I picked a hard one. Hold on.
Oh, you're doing it, aren't you?
I'm gonna butcher the shit out of this.
Oh, Lord.
English, but I'm just gonna pronounce the Indonesian like it's English. Well, I could do it in a southern accent.
That's worse, isn't it?
I could do it in a southern accent. Oh, hold on, southern accent. What? Wait, what is it? Hey,
this is gonna be.
Hey, sayang kamu benar terlihat menawan hari ini.
No, there goes the fried rice in my tummy. There goes. Oh, yeah. Manawan really get me. Yeah, no, Manawan really. Wow. Ray, did you hear that? Manawan, Ray. Oh, Lord. Yep. Ray, kamu terlihat menawan hari ini, Ray. He sounds like my classmates. Oh, Lord. Right. Okay.
I'm not sorry.
Wow, you're so happy, Pharaoh.
I am not sorry at all.
We can tell. We can definitely tell.
Psychic damage for everybody. You get some PTSD. You get some PTSD. Everybody gets some PTSD.
Southern Riz was not present here just now.
No,
Okay. Okay.
Southern cringe. Southern cringe, y'all. That's what that was. Southern cringe.
Okay. I'm checking in. Also, the chocolate cake and the regular tea spot we go. Okay, wait. Let me process words. Chocolate cake. Tea spot. We have 2 tea spots, but one major one. Is it the major one? They have chocolate cake? Okay. Is that gonna poison me? No. I'm not a dog.
No.
Or am I? Dun, dun, dun. Okay.
You're dog girl. I feel like you're more human than dog, so the chocolate cake should be safe.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Eh?
Meow. Meow, meow. Meow.
And now
My
she's a cat.
brain is loading. Meow.
Give her some time, chat. She's having to recover from the psychic damage. She's currently like lagging.
I think you killed my last brain cell.
Amazing.
Okay. I remember now, Pharaoh. I know it's late for you. Do you have to sleep? Are you okay? Do you want rest? Are you sleep deprived?
This is how Kanna tells me she wants me to go away so she can do something else, chat.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm literally checking in. Wow. I can't care about you, can I, chat? Because, like, last time, Pharaoh was over here yawning his eyes out. He was like,
No, I'm not yawning. I've been keeping stupid hours because of stuff going on. So my sleep
he
schedule
woke up
is
from the Indo Riz
actually-
Fest. Yep. Nope. No, you really entertained yourself and woke up, huh?
Oh, so good. It was so good.
I
So
don't
that's
know
psychic
if I
damage,
like you feeling good like that, sir. I don't know if I like that.
Well, don't start shit and you'll be safe. You see, that's how it works.
Me? Gosh dang.
Yeah, you.
What did I do now? Yo, stretching. Did someone earlier redeem a stretch? Thank you. I'll stretch now.
They
3
might have.
minutes late. Oh my back. Ugh.
Did you get your footstool thing yet?
I bought it, but I don't think it arrived yet. So I'm crossing my legs and I put them down. Okay.
You're gonna have the knees of a 60-year-old if you keep that up. That's gonna be tragic for you.
True.
Her knees are gonna creak and pop when she moves, chat.
Aw, man.
Well, we've already pretty much settled on you being Granny Kanna anyway, so I guess it's okay.
I'm young and hip. Chat. I'm young and hip, right? People still say hip, right?
The fact that you use the word hip, Kanna, I hate to tell you, that's it's not really a thing. Hasn't been a thing in a while. What is it
People
the
don't
kids
say hip
nowadays?
anymore?
No, Kanna, no.
What do
hip
kids
kinda
say
really-
now? Scooby-Doo?
What the fuck? That's old and like American.
Oh, no, the other one.
Kanna's failing young and Indonesian right now. Holy shit. Kanna just went full old white person with the Scooby Doo.
That's the word I was looking for. Skibbity. God dang. I'm close enough.
Skibbity.
Close enough. I swear to God,
she-
close enough.
She reached for Skibbity but found Scooby Doo, chat. How old do you think she is?
Close enough. Close enough.
She
Gosh.
reached for Skibbity and found Scooby Doo. Are you younger than me? Wait, hold on. Are you
Hey, that's a
actually
long
younger than
stretch, good sir. That's
wait,
a long...
Like, are you actually like? I mean, I thought I had at least like 20 years on you, but you reached for Skibbity and found Scooby Doo. I'm kind of like, hold on. Not age diff. I'm confused now because that's some.
I'll have you know, Indonesian netizens used to comment on my videos saying,
Raggy.
someone told me, "Oh, Kanna must be Gen Alpha." I'm like, you're fucking kidding me, right?
Okay, I don't know whoever
Someone
said Kanna was
generally
Gen
thought-
Alpha is just brain damaged because
That's so funny. It was so funny.
Reaching for
I was like, you
Skibbity
think I'm
and
Gen
found
Alpha?
Scooby
Holy
Doo.
crap.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
No, I swear to God, I am all up there.
She's an elder millennial, chat.
Elder millennial. I forgot which ones are which. Not gonna lie.
That's elder millennials are right after my generation. So I'm Gen X. Elder millennials
Gen
came
X.
right after us. Yeah, Gen
Okay,
X.
what comes after X? YZ? Oh!
Yeah, but for some reason they went to millennials because they were born around the year 2000.
Which one is that? So,
Yeah,
okay, so after Gen X,
so-
it's millennial. Then it went back to Z. What the fuck? Why is everyone just being...
Yeah, I guess technically speaking, yeah, millennials are Gen Y. Yeah, they would be Gen Y, but everybody just calls them millennials.
complicated la. Old is old, young is young. Okay la.
No, I don't know. She's giving elder millennial energy when she starts pulling Scooby Doo out randomly. Kanna's 17 going on 38, chat. She tries to channel. See how hard she's pulling out that gremlin right now. She's trying so hard to pull out the gremlin.
17 season 20. Gosh dang it.
That's tragic.
It's okay. I'd honestly rather be a hag than Gen Alpha, probably.
That's
probably
fair and reasonable. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's understandable.
I don't think I can mentally take it, even though someone generally there's people out there who think I'm Gen Alpha, and you know, God bless those people.
Gen Alpha is kind of diabolical. Like, have they ever listened to you talk?
What do you mean? Are you saying I talk like an old person? How dare you?
You have your moments. You just had one. What do you mean? literally just had a senior moment. I mean,
I did not.
Trying to get Skibbity and finding Scooby-Doo instead is pretty fucking senior moment.
Because it's a fellow dog. That's where my brain went to. Gosh dang it.
Was that what it is? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
You just dog brained that much. Gotcha. I see.
Yeah.
I guess that works.
That
Chat, do we let her have it?
totally
Do we let her
works.
have that excuse that
it,
she just
chat.
she reached out and saw a fellow dog and that's where she went?
Suspicion has been who added that?
Thank you, Yamu. Amazing. Suspicion.
X is Gen Alpha seems to be a pretty common thing for VTubers that act like Kanna.
We don't bully the elderly. Let her have it. Damn, Aztec.
Wow.
Shots
Wow.
fired. Shots.
Okay. I know my wisdom makes you think that I am older beyond my years, and that's okay. I am simply a wise and mature
Old.
adult. Chat.
Old.
What's another word for wisdom? There must be one, right?
I don't know, Kanna. Is there another word for wisdom?
I am wisdom. I am wisdom.
All right, Grandma. Let's get you to bed.
Oh, come on.
This is amazing. This is so good.
Wisdom is me.
I don't think I've, Chad, have I ever properly roasted Kanna? I don't think I've ever properly roasted Kanna. I got Michi's ass last night pretty good. I got Michi's ass last night really good. I don't think I've ever roasted Kanna.
Why would you roast me? Why
I don't
fuck
know,
me
because
for?
you rage bait, gaslight.
Have I rage baited you at all today?
Today, she specifies today, chat.
Yes.
No, I guess not. So I guess I'll save the roasting for another time. You did crease my brain though, so I don't know. That might require some kind of retaliation.
How did I crease your brain? Aren't brains full of creases?
No, you canoed right down the middle of my brain. Like there's like a whole vast,
I got on a canoe and I just started rowing down your brain.
You just paddled right down the middle of my brain. Like there's a whole like divot for a while there. I had to like go back and like smooth it back over again.
I thought you said having a smooth brain bad.
No, I crave the smooth brain. Please, I don't want to be aware anymore. Let me rest. Let me be stupid. Let me not perceive.
What did I do now?
No, not you, just in general. Oh, today, well, unholy, that's what cleaved my fucking brain. I was not, prepared for. I heard the beat play and I was like, she is not. And
was it that shocking? Jeez.
You played it. Yes. Kanna,
it was?
in all of the time that I have known you, I have never seen you do some shit like that. Ray was in DMs. We were crashing out at each other over what you were doing there.
In the back crashing out.
we were both sitting there like what is she doing, La?
It was just a song, chant.
Exactly. So sad.
You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything. This will go on archive. No one will see this moment. Will never happen again.
No, don't worry. Yamu will take care of it. It'll be up for all to see.
What do you mean? It's not gonna be in the VOD. The thing. What you call it?
Don't worry.
The audio.
It'll be preserved.
How the heck is that gonna be preserved?
No, the audio, like the music won't be there, but you singing will still be there.
But it'll be like 10 times worse. It'll just be like saying mommy and daddy with no background music.
Yes, I know. It's going to be amazing. We're definitely hanging on to this archive. We're definitely hanging. See, look, Yamumu has the audio. He's got everything already. That's why I love you, Yamumu. Good job, buddy. You're the best.
Are we really going to immortalize this? Of all things, this is what you choose to immortalize.
We are absolutely immortalizing this. This is going to be one of the first things we put on the new Discord when I finish putting it together.
Is that a wise decision, really? You gave it to the internet. I thought people would just click off and then yeet. Why would I know? What the heck would I know? We have a lot of time in the future to add.
Oh, Yamu, buddy. Can you give it the sound alert treatment?
It cannot be a
Yamu.
Undisclosed number.
Yamu.
There is no deal. This is not a deal. Cease the dealage. Cease the way my eyes widened. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, tell me that no one was here.
Yamu. I appreciate you so much.
I regret my life choices. The way your eyes widened. Yeah. Again, I wasn't looking at chat. But chat was not moving from the corner of my eye during that song. So I was like, maybe I am singing it like a twerp. Who knew? Who the fuck? How would I know? No one's here in my room giving me feedback. Hey, you might not sound like a gremlin when you sing that.
No, you do not sound like a gremlin when you sing that.
How was I to know? Why is my bestie like this? I wish you were here to... Alright, I won't sing if you're in the room.
There was a deficit of gremlin. You were in negative gremlin energy in that particular moment in time. Like if If you were Earth, the gremlin energy was Pluto. All right, like yeah.
That's not even a planet
So
anymore.
yeah, it's amazing. Oh no, you're gonna sing it again, buddy. I'll mentally prepare myself next time, but you're gonna sing it again because it's so fucking funny.
See, it's just funny. Question mark.
It's funny when it does. It's not funny when it is.
What do you want?
It's funny when it does. It's not funny when it is.
I don't even know what that means. Man, I wouldn't know that singing Unholy would break your brain. I wouldn't have done it. No.
I doubt that. I doubt that so
I
much.
really
That
would.
is, that is such a full of shit statement that you just
No,
made. If you
I
had
swear,
known
had
you
I known,
singing
I wouldn't have.
Unholy,
Yeah.
if you had known that singing Unholy was going to damage my mental, you would have sung it sooner. Okay, listen. I already know. You would have sung it twice.
He has such low
You would-
opinion of me. Holy crap.
You would have recorded that shit.
You said you live to annoy people. Yeah, you think if I had known, I would have like gone and went the extra mile and made a cover and then played it to you. Is that
Yes.
it?
I really
Holy
do. I
crap.
believe that. Yes. Yeah, I think my parents. That
And I'd
sounds
be
like
like, oh my god,
maniacal
Kanna's next cover is out. I wonder what it is. Unholy. It's just unholy. Mm-hmm.
It's just
Mhm.
unholy. And this
Holy
time
crap.
she doesn't like. And this time she doesn't hit the extra the extra spicy lyrics and stop.
There was like the rodeo part, and I was like, how the fuck do you sing that part? Jeez.
Chat, does anybody here? Does anybody here think for a second that if Kanna knew that singing that song was going to cause me psychic damage, that she would have stopped? Show of hands. We're not going to make a poll this time because fuck those polls.
No,
show of
genuinely. How
hands.
was I didn't think I would
Does
break anyone's
anybody
brains.
here? Does anybody here think for a minute that if
Oh,
Kanna had known
come
that she was going
on.
to damage me,
No,
that she would have
can't.
stopped?
No,
be
genuinely. Dude, I didn't know it would cause damage. I thought at most people would be like, oh, that's an unexpected song choice. That's it. That's literally it.
See,
Wow. Wow,
Chat
the
knows.
amount of disbelief.
chat
What-
knows.
Even when I'm being honest, you don't trust me. You sound like you have a lot of trust issues, chat. Let's unpack that. Why would you think such low of me? Pharaoh, let's unpack that. Why would you think the way you think?
There's empirical evidence to support
What the heck is
Support.
it?
that given the opportunity to rage bait me or cause me psychic damage, that you will 100% of the time opt for that option.
Okay, how would I know? Okay, no, first of all, how would I know that singing that song would give you psychic damage?
And what I'm saying is, if you had known, it wouldn't have stopped you. That's my argument, is that if you had known that it was going to give me psychic damage, you still would have sung it.
It depends on what kind of psychic damage.
See, chat, we're getting to the truth of things now. See
It
how
depends on what
quickly
kind of act. Is it more of like a mild surprise? Then I'm okay. If it's like actual, oh my god, I'm gonna go, off myself, then I wouldn't do it.
It was Pharaoh has to go stand in the corner now. Psychic damage. That's what it was.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to bad, how bad would that be? I'm taking notes.
No, I'm not answering these questions. That's just giving you more ammunition. No, fuck all that.
No, I just need to know.
No,
so
I was born. Listen. I was born at night, not last night. Okay, but no, I'm not giving
notes.
you. I'm not giving you the
Pharaoh
answers.
was born at night. Okay, I have written these words.
Exactly, Zaid. Exactly. Thank you. What's Pharaoh's threshold so I can know how far to push his buttons? Exactly, Zaid. See that she thinks I'm new. She thinks I'm new, but I'm not.
Tina, thank you for the gifted subbies.
I have been trained and conditioned by the best. Okay, Michi Nathaniel Mochivi has been putting me through my paces for years, buddy. You're not gonna catch me slacking. I have to always be on point.
I'm gonna After stream, I'm gonna sit there and be like, I still don't understand why singing that song is giving people psychic damage. Is it because it's an unexpected song choice? That's it. It's gonna be in my head all day. Because I don't understand.
I feel like that's fake news. It feels like fake news.
It's really not fake news. Can I read the username? Elder Abuse Live. I see.
Amazing.
Is that your other account?
No,
Pharaoh?
it's not. I don't know whose account that is, which is crazy. That's not my account. That's wild because it's not. I swear, it's not my account.
Are you sure that's not your alt thing?
No, I don't have an alt actually. I should get one at some point, but I don't have
Can you
one
buy
currently.
it off them? Oh my lord.
Elder Abuse Live. Amazing.
It's like Catboy is kind of surprising. It was that shocking. No, I swear to God. Hi, did you bonk me? What did I do? Man, I'm gonna sit there and self-retrospect. I'll be like, wow, was surprising.
No,
The
what
song
she's gonna do after
You should listen to yourself. I'm
stream
never gonna
chat
listen to
is
myself.
She's gonna sit there and she's
Yeah.
gonna giggle and she's gonna cackle.
I'm
and she's
not.
gonna
I'm generally gonna be like
now I know how to-
confused.
Now,
Wow,
now I
wow, all
have
that-
now I know there's one way to fuck really
What's
fuck hard
it
with Pharaoh.
called?
I know how to,
What's
I
it
don't
called?
mess him up bad.
Fitna. What is that in English? Ray, Bule, hit me. What's fitna in English? Ray!
She's just gonna sit there and she's gonna pull out her
Someone,
notebook chat.
anyone. What is it? What is it in English? Slender! Slender! Absolute slender!
It's slander. I don't think it is. I feel like
Slender!
this is
Absolute
not even
slander! Accusations
Accurate.
that are untrue is the username, but no, it's not. I don't know what to tell you. Defamation. See, Pharaoh, you are defaming my character toward like the people, to the public. Okay,
I am making statements based on past behavior.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
doing.
But there are different categories, good sir. Apple not same as orange. You see? Me causing mental damage with singing not equal me causing mental damage in general. Character assassination.
Yamu, you work so fast, brother.
Huh?
I appreciate your existence so much.
What is Yamu doing? Why did Yamu send me a message? Sorry, not. What the heck is a Kanna unholy alert? What the heck is that? Wow. I really don't want to play. I don't want to know.
I think we have
I
a new like 1K bits alert.
Did I give you access to my stream elements?
Me and Yamumu actually. Yamu, don't you have access to the stream elements now?
You can wait. Does that mean you can set actual alerts?
Yamu, you know what to do, brother.
Question. What access
Yamu,
did I give you again?
You already know what I
access
need
did
you to do.
Hello. I do, but not super mod. Okay, wait. Does that mean you cannot? Hello.
I think. Oh no, I need. I wonder where Ray Tracer is. Where is Ray? I know Ray can do it. Or I could just make Kanna do it. Honestly,
Hey.
it's actually funnier if I make Kanna do it. Kanna, I need you to set that as the what is it? The 1500? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, you got to do it. It's essential. It's crucial to my continuing existence.
To your continuing. Will you at least, if I do this, will you cease to say that I'm causing you damage?
Yes,
purposely?
absolutely. I will retract. I will retract any statements about you purposefully intending to cause me psychic damage.
Why do I feel I'm still on the losing side here?
Just please, Kanna, dude, set it to the. I don't know. I think we have a. What was it? The 1500. I think we have a 1500 bit point. I think that's a good no. Honestly, no. What's the highest bit reward we have set up right now?
1,000? 1,000?
This needs to be like 2,500 bits. I'm sorry, chat. I know this is paywalling like crazy, but this is easily a 2,500. Like when you hear it, you'll understand where I'm saying it's a 2,500 bit.
You heard it already.
Like,
you played it.
Oh yeah, I already listened to it. Of course.
You listened to it.
I had to know what it was before I could tell you whether or not it needed to be added. Like, I've already taken the psychic. See, that's the thing is I've already taken the psychic damage. I've already taken the psychic damage from this, so like I can't take it a second time.
Variation settings. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay, wait for it. I have to download it, don't I? Is this a wise decision when I don't even know what that sounds like?
Oh, it's a brilliant decision. It is absolutely a brilliant decision. I don't think you understand how amazing. No, it's not going to Discord. If you all want to hear it, you got to pay for it. You have to pay for Kanna's pain.
Oh wow. I would say I was about to say I wonder what it is, but at the same time, do I really want to? Do I really want to? Okay, wait.
We are not putting it on Discord. Sorry, chat. That is
wow,
a no-go.
No one's gonna know. No one's gonna know. Oh my god, no, yeah, it's fine. No one's gonna play it. Oh my god, I'm so chill. Wait. I'm regaining calm. It's fine. Actually, everyone just needs to forget there's like a...
Let me know once you have it set up. Let me know when it's set up. Let me know when it's set up.
It's even called the Wait.
Ray can have it, yeah.
Button. No, don't let her have it.
Ray can have it because
oh, come on.
That way she can put it in the group chat.
What group chat? Volume 40%. Do I even need... I don't have an image to go with this. Like a pop-up thing.
That's fine.
It's gonna be empty.
It doesn't need an image right now. It can be empty for now. We'll figure out an image for it later.
Wait, I have to test if it works. Wait, let me just make sure that the play on stream thing is not on, right? Okay. Right? Oh, I'm gonna die. If I play it, I'm gonna have to hear it. Wait. Oh, man. Oh, no, wait. You know what? I'm not gonna know. I'm not gonna know. I'm just gonna live blissfully unaware. Yep. No, I'd rather not though. What if it, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. Wait. Okay. The notification appears, but I've muted it, so it should work, but I don't know what it sounds like. I think it's done. It's on. Okay.
Is it set up? Is it good to go now?
It is. Okay.
What did you set? How many bits did you set it to?
You said 2,500?
Perfect. Okay.
I just did what you said. Okay. If chat is gone from my screen, it means it refreshed. So it should be there. It's fine. It's fine. No one's gonna do it. It's fine. Kanna. It's fine. Everything will be fine. It's gonna be fine. Okay, I'm good. Surely, okay. Anyway, moving on. We don't know that it's getting hot at the body shop. Oh, come on, I have to hear myself. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, you put it. It's not that bad. That's sexy? Oh, come on. It just sounds like my terrible singing. Question mark? Pharaoh, did you... You just wanted I feel it. I feel it. I feel something. Wow. So I don't feel so good, chat. I don't feel so good.
Best 2,500 bits I've ever spent.
Did you dead ass? Just put it there so that you can do it. You.
Hey, it's not just me. Anybody can do it now. Chat, there you go.
They will not do
2,500
it. It's not
2,500 biddies.
bad.
You can
As
fire
in,
off a Kanna.
I still sound like a gremlin. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
We're gonna. I think me, chat, and you are gonna have to just agree to disagree on that one, buddy.
You sent it? What the fuck? Why would you send it in the girl group chat?
Okay,
Go.
chat. A deal is a deal. Kanna, at this point, any rage bait or gaslighting that I get out of Kanna, I have 100% earned. I have 1,000% picked the fight.
Michi just sent the Pepe Uff one. She just sent a Pepe Uff.
Amazing.
It's not even say. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. That why would that cause psychic damage? I didn't get it.
Amazing. This is so good. It's incredible.
I mean, it's causing me psychic damage because I hear my own voice. But other than that, I don't get what you're all saying. Is there a problem with me, you think?
Yes, actually, I think there's a problem. It's a rather critical problem, which is unfortunate.
You don't ask them. It's not... I'm trying to deeply assess myself. That's the face. That's the face. Exactly. That's stupid.
I love that face. It's one of my favorite faces. You make me make that face on a regular basis. See, you hear that gremlin laugh?
Lyrics? I get it. Is it because of the lyrics? Is that the problem?
There's so many things about that. That's the problem.
Oh. You sound very sad. I don't. Okay, Ray. No, deadass. Ray, are you really telling me that I sang it like I meant it? Like Daddy's at the body shop right now.
You did sing it. You did sing it like you meant it. That's yeah.
This just became
sorry.
like 2 hour stream talking about just unholy.
100% intent. That was put behind what you did there. That was sung with full intent.
You sang it with your whole chest. It did not. You know what it was? Me being nervous and cannot breathe. I was like, dead.
She sang it with a smile on her face, chat.
This is my permanent face. I'm literally permanently smiling. It's rigged on me. See? Gosh dang.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ray. If you tried to sing Unholy, you first of all, if Ray tried to sing Unholy, she wouldn't get. She wouldn't get past like the first. She wouldn't get the first round of lyrics without exploding into like a million pieces. I'm sorry, Ray. I'm not trying to send strays your way.
I would.
Yeah, Ray wouldn't even get past the first set of lyrics without turning into a blazing inferno. She just burned down the forest.
I'm just surprised Ray even know what the lyric means. Right? Me too, actually. Actually, me too.
Yeah, that's true. I'm surprised Ray knew immediately what song it was. Ray? Questions?
Ray?
Thoughts?
Oh my god. Actually, Ray.
Ray? Hold on. Wait, you make a very good point, Kanna. Ray? You
know those shorts with him at the Super Bowl? No, I don't. Ray.
No, I don't either.
Ray, Aga.
Ray, Aga. Wait. We'll take a break on Kanna for a minute. Ray, you got some explaining to do.
Yeah. And my brother. Your brother? Excuse me? Why is your brother at the body shop? Question mark? What? It was at the gym? What? Your brother was at the gym? What? No, I have follow-up questions. What? Your brother? It's not daddy and mommy? What? Wait, Ray? No, Kanna. What? What was the context? You know I hyper focus on music. Okay? Not yes? So when it plays on the gym, your brother's gym plays unholy and you got scared? Question mark? What? Hello? Somebody, daytime. Pharaoh, can you explain to me in baby words? I'm fighting for my life. Did Pharaoh mute and die?
No, I was letting you have your time with Ray and responding to
I'm
Waldorf.
so confused. Ray's brother is at the body shop at the gym. What? And Ray was listening to music. What? Wait, what? I should wear my glasses. Oh, they are on. Well, I should physically wear my glasses. Maybe I'll see clearly. Actually, excuse me.
Hold on. I'm getting a detailed explanation.
Okay, wait, no, I swear. Let me scroll up.
I'm getting
up.
a detailed explanation here. Hold on. It plays in the gym so often, then my phone caught the words, so my shorts/feed became Sam Smith for that entire 2 months, and like some people put lyrics on the feed, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then the outfit he wears traumatized her.
The fact that Ray has to explain to Pharaoh in DM for him to explain to.
She is furiously typing to me because I used to listen to him when he wasn't crazy.
Love how she's not even. Okay, no. Okay. What about the brother? Where does the brother come in? I'm so confused.
Where does the brother factor in is a good question.
So exactly. She went like Sam Smith, Super Bowl, brother.
So she used to like Sam Smith when he did the sad songs. But then he sings the crazy songs and she can't handle that. So she pays up. So apparently confused. the brother factor is he played it in the car.
With her? So it's just the two of them listening to Unholy?
That is kind of fucking awkward, isn't it? Jesus. So that also traumatized her.
Imagine, like, in the car, just you, your brother, and it's blasting. Daddy, mommy, what? Oh my lord. Okay, Ray. No, it's okay. It's a safe space here. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
According to Ray, it is literally the scariest song ever. And those TikTok edits of him being a devil is scarier than Doja Cat.
Your brother? Oh, Sam Smith.
Sam Smith, yes.
Okay.
So the TLDR is brother added to Ray's trauma from this song. This song has apparently done nothing but traumatize Ray. And then you sang it today, and now Ray is rocking back and forth gently in a corner somewhere, crying softly to herself.
Yes, her
Did I
brother
sum it up pretty good, Ray?
You never know. Honestly, you never know. How was I supposed to know? Give the benefit of doubt, chat. Oh, come on, what? Someone please delete that audio from here. Thank you. Who's mod?
Don't do
Who's
it.
admin? Because Rachie just sent me a picture. Now everyone has heard it. I'm gonna die.
That's amazing. That is so fucking funny. Isn't that Ray's server? Is this the same server that you sent that thing about Michi to last night? The one that your admin, okay. I got Michi way worse than I got you. Just saying.
Man.
This isn't that bad. This isn't leaving like your community. What we did to Michi last night went everywhere. Everywhere.
I can't believe my friend is opening. How the heck would I know you have a trauma with your brother and Unholy? Genuinely, how would I know? That doesn't come up in conversation.
That's amazing. That is. Yeah, that would be kind of a weird thing to have come up in conversation.
Right? Because like Ray would casually just be, why would you sing Unholy? It was there. It was just there. Out of all the songs. Okay, first of all, I didn't know it was that bad. Honestly, I just thought it was a normal song. Question mark.
The song's name is literally Unholy.
Yeah.
Like the song's name is literally called Unholy. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. What did you think it was going to be?
Just a song?
You know what, chat? I actually think that might be true because Kanna does sometimes have interesting thought processes about what things are.
Oh no! This is the part where you say my brain is special again. Aw,
She is kind of special sometimes, chat. So, you know, it's plausible. She may genuinely not have realized exactly how bad that song was until she started reading the lyrics, and then she was already committed. And now what that doesn't excuse though was the amount of intent you put behind those lyrics though. I'm sorry.
What intent? Jeez, I heard it and I just hear my terrible singing. That's it.
Now I'm gonna have to press X to doubt on that one because you put effort. You put effort.
No, I did not.
You put effort. Like somebody said earlier, your entire chest behind those lyrics.
Huh?
Yeah.
You can't hide your intent behind terrible singing. What the heck is that?
Because the singing was not terrible.
Going for that A+.
That's that's what it was. She yeah, you know what, Kuma, you might be right. Maybe that's what it was. It was subconsciously going for the A+.
Well, yeah, that's always been my life goal. You know, chat, going for A+ when singing songs.
She heard Muna sing it and was like, I have to match that energy now.
Is that not how the thought process goes? Isn't
That's
that the
exactly
whole point?
what happened. Is she heard Muna sing it and was like, that's the level I need to reach for right there.
I can't even deny if that's how my subconscious thought. I can't even say yes or no on that.
Funny.
God damn. Wow. Now wait a minute. Now I'm gonna self-retrospect. Maybe, could it be? I just subconsciously matched the energy. Holy shit, wait, thoughts? Let me put my thinking hat on. I need to get a thinking hat.
Maybe.
I need to get a thinking hat more than the dumb one. Maybe I'm just dumb. Let me just put the dumb thing again.
It's maybe. It's possibly, I guess.
Oh my god. Wait, maybe I just dumb. Maybe I just dumb.
You are yes, Ray. Kanna is a full-fledged streamer at this point. Amazing.
She really said, but I will be better.
Returned.
That was not the thought process. Probably not.
There were two
Aw, man.
That's amazing. That is so fucking good. The best part is, like, I have that audio now. I'm gonna find new and creative ways to use that. Don't know how, but I'll figure something out.
I thought when you sing songs, you're supposed to try to match the energy, no?
You are. You absolutely are supposed to try to match the energy. You were not wrong.
Try though. Doesn't mean you will succeed, but at least you try.
You chose one hell of a song to energy match.
Wow, had I known, just me singing one song will cause a discussion for an hour. Just on this stupid thing.
That's amazing. I can't wait to tell. I can't wait
unholy.
until Lesage reacts to your. It's gonna be good.
Then they won't. How would they know? No one said anything ever. Thank you.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Hello, hi. This is not the time.
You picked an interesting time to come in.
Oh no, man. No, the problem is I heard the alert and I'm still like, I don't think it was sexy. So I don't understand. My brain is not comprehending it. Is it the self-awareness thing again?
That's that
Yeah.
self-awareness thing again. Yeah, that's
It is?
that is that self-awareness thing again. Yep.
I don't understand.
It is in fact.
This is,
It is in
gonna
fact
take me a while.
Yeah, it is the.
But
Yeah,
Sam
so
Smith,
chat. Somebody
Man.
get in here with some biddies and play it again for her. Like, maybe
come
she needs to
on!
hear it again.
Okay, first of all, they heard it twice. They already heard it twice. Isn't that like 2 times more than they should? Honestly. You can live your whole life, not listen to it ever. This stream will be gone. Surely. Someone, Ray, take it off the Discord server.
Yamu's already got it.
Yamu will surely not inflict any more pain upon the people of the internet. Try to sing it with your gremlin voice. Are you freaking kidding me? Do you want me to sing Unholy? Okay. I'm kidding.
With the gremlin voice, that should be entertaining as hell. See, that would be funny. That wouldn't be psychic damaging at all if it was sung in the gremlin voice.
Okay, if I do it with the gremlin voice, will you quit saying that I do it to psychic damage you? Because you yourself said that it will not psychic damage.
I'm immune to it now, so you can do whatever you want to. It's fine. I'm a very adaptable person.
Am I shooting myself on the foot? Thinking.
No.
Thinking.
It's fine. Sing Unholy in the gremlin voice. It'll be amazing. Yeah, exactly, Bahamut. See, the damage was already done. I've already recovered from it, so it's fine now.
I still don't know how to do the rodeo or whatever. Wait. I don't think it's even possible. Wait. What if it's not possible? Question mark. Why am I doing this again? Maybe I'm just dumb, you think? Actually, I'm just dumb. Oh wait, I still have the karaoke room. Wow.
I believe in you.
Do I even need to move?
No, you don't even need to move. You just need to
I don't even need to move. But look. Oh, but Pharaoh's not here if I'm here. I'll go back.
That's fair. I don't need to be there.
Hi, Pharaoh.
I don't need to be there.
Will you be in your corner again?
I'll be... No, I told you. The psychic damage has been done and has been adapted to. I'm fine.
Okay. No, wait. I need to mute because I don't want you to hear me. Like, in the call, you dodo head. And I'll be dead inside. Even more. I'm gonna mute. Okay. I muted the call because... Can you imagine? Farrah's just sitting there listening to me sing a cappella. No, think about it. A cappella. This is not the time. Thank you. Hi. Sagididi, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, guys. Give a warm chat welcome. I'm sorry that you caught me in a very awkward time, but give a very warm chat welcome. Yeah. Give a very warm chat welcome while I'm dying inside of the timing. Welcome in, Rainers. Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good, wonderful time? Don't ask. You might be wondering what we're doing here today. Don't. You don't need to know. Honestly, this is probably the worst time to join ever. Oh my lord. No! What's this timing? I'm gonna die. Oh no, this is... Say this. No! What's with this absolute timing? Okay. Do I need to give context of what we're doing today? For some reason, we're gonna sing. Thank you so much, you for the gifted sub. No context? Oh my god. Oh man. Okay, is my voice doing the heavenly reverb situation thing, chat? We're about to karaoke for reasons unknown. We're gonna karaoke only exactly one song. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm gonna drink what I wish was booze, but alas, it's iced tea. Ella. This is how I die. Okay. First of all, you gotta tell me, chat, if you hear the backing thing. I'm gonna die. This is how I die, chat. Was this the one? Okay. Tell me if you hear it. I hear nothing too. I'm kidding. Okay, I think it was the other one. With no context, they're just the poor people. Who's that peeking behind you? Don't ask. Don't ask. Oh, okay. What about, was it this version? We're trying to find the instrumental, chat. Yeah. Wait. The concerned friend. Is it this one? I forgot. Why are we doing this? Remember, if it's your first time here, I don't usually do this. Don't sing normally. Lucky, lucky girl, she got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew about the things. Oh, come on. Dirty, dirty boy. Who the fuck sings this song like this though? It's not that different, probably. Question mark? Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He sat back while she dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, she put it down slowly. Oh, yo, he left his kids at. How can I do this seriously? Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. Okay, is that it? Is that enough? It's not that different, la. Okay, it's not that different. Okay. I can't do this seriously. Actually, Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. See? Have I proven my point? Lucky, lucky girl, she got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew. But all the shh, tell me that you do. Dirty, dirty boy, you know everyone is talking on the scene. Hear them whispering about the places that you've been. How, what the heck is this part? Oh, come on. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. Like that? It's not that different, probably. Oh, he left his kids at home, so he can get that. How about the Gap Moe Whiplash? I'm just here killing you. Thank you. The tone shift is... Is that different? That thank you. I'm sorry for the Raiders. You don't know what you walked into. 1000% different? Is this how I... So I should have sang it like a gremlin in the first place? Oh, what is this part? No drama when you want it, baby. don't know this part. Oh. Mommy don't know daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, you put it down slowly. Oh, yo, yo. Are we done? Is it that different? It's just doing something unholy. Should I have sang it like this the whole time? Was that where I went wrong? Okay. So, wait, where's Pharaoh? Pharaoh? I need to add the voice first, cause I don't know how to do shit here. Wait. Okay. Pharaoh, can you speak it?
Yes, I can speak it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the easiest way I can explain this, all right? So Gremlin Kanna singing that is, "Hello, ma'am. I sure would like to take your son out for a date." The other version of you singing it is, "Well, yes, ma'am. Your son does call me mommy too." Okay, that's like the two totally different energies.
What? Wait,
two
what was the
totally different energies, right? That is going on there.
What was the second
Completely,
one?
it is not. You're not getting it a second time. You got it one time. You don't get it
I
again.
love how like Pharaoh's sitting here with the audience.
The literally that is the meme that's happening right there. So that's it's 1,000% difference. It's night and day. It's literally a night and day difference between when you sing it as a gremlin and when you sing it properly.
Pharaoh's in the chair, and then Ray's looking in from behind. One was the alternate theme to Thomas the Tank Engine. The other is bad
It was
in
bad.
some
It's
other
bad
states.
in some states.
It's not that different? Question mark?
It is entirely that different. That's what we're telling you. That's exactly what we're telling you. Is that it's entirely that different.
Is it because it's in a lower tone?
It's because of the whole fucking thing you do with your voice when you sing it properly. It is a lower tone. It is a different modulation. It is a whole like
Modulation. What the heck is a modulation?
Kanna has a toggle switch. See, she's got two. Kanna's got two modes. She's got Gremlin, and she's got questionable decision making.
That's how you enunciate and the breathiness. No, I feel like that's my problem. I always sing breathily, I think, which is a problem. Question mark?
When you would, no, not a problem. I mean, it is a problem, but not in the way you're thinking. It's like a whole different person. It's like a completely different person.
It's like a whole different person. Really?
Yeah, like genuinely, like if you recorded that, like for reallys and trulies, like you actually fucking meant it, and I didn't know that it was you singing it. Like if somebody said, "Hey, Pharaoh, you should listen to this," I would not know that it was necessarily you immediately. I'd have to listen to it like a time or two. Be like, wait, is that fucking Kanna? God damn it! Yeah, like that would be like for real. It's enough of a difference. Jeez.
I don't know.
Totally different vibe.
Aww. Was it funny to hear it back and forth? Because I switched back
It was
and
hilarious.
forth.
Yes, it was really top tier content. Top tier content.
It was funny. Right. No, because one is actually talking about mommy and daddy. Question mark. Like a child. Question mark?
It was definitely something.
Okay. Thinks deeply. My tummy rumbled. Thinks deeply about. What am I thinking about? Chat will tell me. Do you
I don't
see
know
it
what
back?
you're
Okay.
thinking about.
Okay, for me, singing back and forth is just because I have to switch back real fast because talking like this and singing the way I sang is like different, you know? It's like
Yes.
it's like
You're
I suddenly have to
you're
talk.
definitely
Yeah, it's like
you're
I
using
suddenly have to
different,
talk
like,
this way.
Yeah, you're like using different parts of your throat and stuff like that for depending on how you talk.
Exactly. Exactly, chat.
Speaking from your
You
throat
know,
versus speaking from your chest. Stuff like
whatever
that.
those words mean, I'm sure.
They are words. They do mean things.
Apparently saying mommy and daddy like this and mommy and daddy like this is two different things, chat. Huh. Jeez.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
Yes. Apparently. Head voice and chest voice, probably.
Yeah, the head voice
This
and
would be
chest
head voice, probably. Wait, so the other voice is my chest voice? That's what it was the whole time? Huh.
It's like it's
so
like when I
different now.
normally talk versus the recording that I made.
No, they both
Or
sound
that you
perfectly like
made.
you. No, you talk like that all the time. What are you talking about?
Do I really?
Chat. Well, chat. Has my innocence been confirmed?
I
That's what we were
don't know
trying to
about
prove,
that.
right? What?
I don't know about that.
I sang it the same way I sang the other songs, I think. No?
No.
What about the From the Start song? No?
No.
Did I not sing it the same way? Is that? Maybe it's the lyrics getting your head all fumbled.
Maybe the lyrics definitely are a thing, to be sure.
Yeah, maybe it's the lyrics. Maybe if I sing a different song the same way, but it's not like that, it would be fine.
Probably.
No? Yeah, see?
Maybe.
Oh my god, wait, I'm confused. Farrah is agreeing with me.
I mean, the lyrics are definitely an element of it because the fucking lyrics.
What
on
if I
that
sang
song
the
are
whole
insane.
song, but then I'm just like singing intelligibly? What if I just meow the whole time? Then it wouldn't be so bad. See, it's just the lyrics.
That would be funny as hell, honestly.
Try it.
That would be.
That's possible.
Listen, I love that this stream has turned into Kanna sings unholy in different ways. Like it is completely turned into. It's just it's all the content for the stream is
Maybe
just
Kanna's tone
Kanna,
deaf. Maybe I'm just tone deaf. Thoughts?
I guess maybe.
Try meowing in a low voice. What has this stream turned into?
I don't know.
I've never meowed in a low. Okay, no, let's find out.
Can you meow in a low voice?
I guess we're finding out. Wow. Wow, Farrah's gonna hear this just a cappella.
That's fine.
You're just gonna sit there on the bench.
And that's it. I'm just gonna sit here and try not to giggle uncontrollably at this.
I mean, yeah. Get Rin energy? Oh, well, shit. Oh, Lord.
I'm not here.
You're not here?
I'm not
I
here.
don't think it's possible. How the okay. There's no way. What the? Meow, 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 meow. Pharaoh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna absolutely die. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Pharaoh, you're gonna... Holy crap. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, Lord. Meow, 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 meow.
I can't.
Oh my god! See, I point proven question mark.
awesome.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh. This archive is gone. It's gonna be off the internet. This VOD will disappear. Holy shit.
This mod will be preserved for the ages. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
Will be
The
kept
poor people
forever.
watching me for the first time in their life and they don't understand. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Cal. You're the best, bro. Cal likes it. Cal likes it.
Thank you so much for a whopping 50 subs. That's crazy. It's just because I meowed. Thank you so much for the gift. It's all gonna die.
That's right. That's right, anime girl. Meow for your subs.
It's the version of unholy. You never know. Gotta go moo. That's even worse. Wow. Can you imagine me just mooing the whole time? Wow.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh,
How do you
Kanna,
do
I will
that?
never ask you. I will never ask you for anything else in this life. I need you
I
to
don't-
do the mooing like you did the meowing, please. Oh,
And I don't think it's possible. I genuinely don't think my face is
Try.
so permanently stuck in a laugh right now.
try. Oh, please. I need this in my life.
Sam Smith somewhere is rolling in his bed. This one.
Absolutely amazing.
Moo 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 moo. Pharaoh, I'm gonna die. This is how I go. I swear this isn't my content. Usually, somewhat. No, this one is getting nuked.
Oh, this bot never.
Moo 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 moo.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, Moo, I'm gonna need the moos and the meows
You
too,
really
bro. Please
don't.
help me
You
out.
really
Help
genuinely
me out.
don't. Someone followed me right this minute. No, I swear to you, this is not my usual content. If someone follows me and expects mooing,
Oh yeah, Moo, you're the best, buddy. My
my heart is gonna die.
I need to send it to Ray so she
Please
can put it in the.
No. They're just gonna be. So this isn't your. I hope it's not my normal content. I hope this does not become my normal content.
It wasn't your normal content. This has been pretty successful.
Something unholy. I should have sang it like this. Then no problems would have arisen. Arise? Rose? Ay, ay, ay. Maybe don't know that it's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. Same thing lah.
It's not the same thing.
Same thing.
It's not the
'cause
same
it's-
thing.
It's cause it's in a language you comprehend as English. Problem is you understand. When I'm mooing, you don't understand. My lord. Oh, my tummy. Someone please wipe the meowing and the mooing off the internet forever. Thank you.
No, those will be in my personal collection forever.
You know what? This genuine karaoke experience with Kanna. Pharaoh sitting in a corner, laughing and dying. Ray looking in from the outside, not sure if she should go in or not. And then Chad is in the back, just watching.
Oh god, this has been so good. It's like your best stream in a while. We need you to sing more often. Oh yes.
You want me
Oh,
to
yes.
meow and moo more often. I don't know how I feel about that.
I said sing. I didn't say meow and moo, but I mean it's pretty priceless. That's not bad. It's getting traction.
Oh man. Wow. Do you know that one decision can change your life, chat? When one day it may pop in your head, this song, Don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Apparently, it'll scar you
Oh,
for
I
life.
can't wait till I get my hands on this. Oh, Yamu, I'm gonna need you to like do some like highlight stuff, bro, so I can give
What
it
the heck is that?
to Lesage. You know what I'm talking about,
And then
Yamu.
you're
I
just
need you to make it some. I need you to make it reactable for me, bro.
Yeah.
Brother, I need you to make it reactable for me. Can you do that? I need it in a way that oh.
Now we need all the girlies in the room right here for mental support. I see. Time to rebrand. Honestly, should I have been barking? Genuine thoughts.
You know what? You haven't barked it. You could bark it. You are a dog
I'm
girl.
not gonna sing it again.
We need the bark. Now you see. You shouldn't have brought it up. Now we
man.
desperately need the barking. Now we need the bark holy. You shouldn't have said it, and it wouldn't have. I wouldn't have even thought about it. I was pretty satisfied with the meowing and the mooing, but now you said the barking. Now we need the barking.
You know, some people choose to sing "Pretty Little Baby." That sounds
how
like
much
a
worse? How much worse could it be? I mean, honestly,
What
how much
the
worse could it be at this point? You've already cow.
Ah, thank you so much for the tip. That's insane. Is it because I mooed?
Now you got to bark. Cow's asking you to bark for them. You got to do it, buddy.
Crap. That's a lot, though. Is that okay? Question mark. What?
It's fine. But you got to bark now.
Cow is our. Wow. What are you?
Cow is our favorite enabler. Cow is our favorite enabler.
I mean, no, don't be here for this. This is not the stream to tune into. Today is not the day.
Just do it. Just do
Okay.
it. It's we need bark holy now.
I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna play
Drink.
I'm gonna die.
Drink. It's fine.
Let's get the whole
It's fine.
farm. Wow.
The whole farm.
I gotta get into it? Question mark.
See, there you go. Cow
I don't even know how to
dog
bark
version.
it.
I guess woof, maybe woof.
Woof. That's worse.
I think you can woof it. Woof is a bark. Lamau.
Wait, I gotta test it out first. Bow bow. That's so funny.
Not bow bow. Bow bow
That's
it.
worse.
Oh god, that's so much worse.
That's
I
so
don't
much
know.
worse. They're all terrible. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. On a scale of 1 to terrible, they're all terrible.
It's amazing. It's so good.
Trying to channel Muna energy while barking. Thoughts?
Yes, that's what you gotta do. You gotta dig deep, channel that inner moon energy for ARF. ARF is you can do ARF. I don't know. Bark
Wow.
wolf. ARF.
No, it's gonna. Okay. This is terrible. Why am I doing this to myself? Absolutely. Why am I doing this to my...
Come on, don't stop.
Balenciaga daddy. I can't. I don't know this part. It's the rodeo part. Get me Prada, get me meow 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 meow. Nothing. I'm losing my identity. You know, maybe what I should have done is listen to it once, what it's supposed to sound like, and then try it, right? Woof, 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 woof. It's terrible, every single one. Arf, 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 arf. See, it's all terrible. And then you're barking, you'd be like, bark, 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 bark. They're all terrible. What the fuck?
Just do it. Just do it.
Bow,
All
bow,
three.
bow, bow. It's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. It's absolutely. Thank you for following. I don't know how I feel about people following me when I'm barking like this, but thank you. Thank you anyway. Chat, you know what's worse? This is gonna be my legacy. This is what's gonna be like, this is what you guys will remember of me. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm.
It'd be so good. People are gonna be so confused when they come to one of your like normal streams where you're just kind of yapping and playing games. They're like, "Are you the sexy bow bow girl?"
The fuck is a sexy bow bow girl? Today we've unlocked a new keyword to describe me, but I don't know if I like it, chat. I don't know if I like it. Oh, I'm gonna start drinking after this. Water, because that's all I have.
It was worth every hour of not sleeping to be here for this.
Are you still awake, honestly? Shouldn't you be in bed?
No, you couldn't pull me away from this stream with fucking wild horses, buddy.
Chat, I'm pretty sure it's time to click away from this stream now. Thank you for trying to put up with whatever this was. You are free to go. No one is holding you hostage here. Literally, you have free will. Go.
And that free will is keeping everybody right here, right now. I don't know what to tell you.
You have free will. Leave.
And we are using it to stay here. Lamau.
When else will a streamer tell you to yeet away? Yeet away.
So no yeeting away. There is no yeeting. There is only whatever that was that just happened.
Oh man. It's okay. After this, we're doing the Men in Black thing where I zap you and you lose memory.
That's fine. Yamu's got this covered. Everything will be saved forever.
Are you not on my side? The only way you can get rid of us is to end stream. If I end stream, then I have to quickly unpublish the VOD. I'm running, right?
No. No. You gotta leave it.
What other
You gotta
animal
leave it.
sounds should we do? Nothing. Absolutely
See, exactly.
nothing.
See, exactly, Clint. I am for the people. I am going to make sure that this is saved forever.
This is gonna haunt me, isn't it? It's one of those things where I think it's just a one-time come and go thing, but then it haunts me. It's one of those, isn't it? Chat.
Maybe.
Can you do ducks now?
Ducks. Oh my God, you do quack.
You're
That's
kidding
true.
me. You're freaking kidding me. There ain't no way.
She do be quacking. That is true. Unholy ducks would be pretty funny.
No, it would not. No one wants to hear that.
It would
Literally,
be...
no one wants to hear that. It's okay. We can now go back to our program. I'm gonna think of a program right now. What's a good thing to play? Oh, look, Tomodachi Life! Look, oh my god! I don't have the game. Okay, let me think this through. Let me think this through.
Look, guys, look, a game that I don't actually own. It's fine. We should focus on that.
Because when I scrolled down from the karaoke video, Ollie is streaming right there. Oh man. Okay.
Amazing.
Wow. When people ask me what's your content, I'm like, don't ask. Just never ask. No one needs to
When
know what my
people ask
content
me
is.
what Kanna's content is, I'm just going to look them dead in the eyes and say yes.
What the heck? Yes.
Yes.
Kanna, what's your content plan? Yes.
Push live button.
And we figure
Deep
it out
breath.
as we go. Wow,
And then
do you
we
think
figure
I
it
should
out.
start planning things so these things don't happen to me? This wouldn't have
I
happened
don't-
to me. Chat.
I don't know why you would want to ruin something so good. This has been top tier content, right, guys?
No, the problem
Right,
is
guys?
what's gonna happen is I'm gonna when I end stream, this stream is gonna be wiped from my memory, right? This stream would not have existed in my memory ever, and then the alert is gonna come up, and I will regret. It's a beautiful day, you say.
It's
That's
fine.
a beautiful day.
Everything's fine.
Best laugh I've had in a while. I have no words. You have no regrets. Embrace yourself. Well then. Ow, my nose. That's a good plan. It seems to work. Oh, it saves me from the trauma until someone reminds me, which is never good, is it?
We will be reminding you.
You don't have to remind me.
I hate to
You
tell
have
you,
free
but
will.
This is gonna
You
get
have free
reacted
will.
to. This is gonna get
No, it will
reacted to,
not.
buddy.
No, you will not.
Oh, it will.
Chat. We're keeping
Oh,
this
it
a
will.
secret between us. Chat. No one else needs to know. 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 Am I echoing properly? Hello? I'm not echoing to Pharaoh, but you know what I mean.
I wonder, Yusan just got done streaming. I could totally just.
No, you will not. Please don't. Please don't. It's okay. My good name is at stake, right? My good name, right? That's the word. Oh man.
It could be.
Nayo. Dear, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Why is it a public service announcement?
You see, the problem is
Yes.
I have Yamumu.
You guys are on my side, right?
And something I found out about Yamumu is he is brilliant with just snatching things from video and turning it into things that I can use for other things. Yamumu is now
for the gifted sub
my number one ally when it comes to dealing with the anime girls.
Meow holy is not a thing. We don't have to make it a thing.
Meow holy is a thing, and I love that it's actually an account
It's
now.
really not a. Okay, cool. But haven't I proven my point? If it's not in English, it's not that bad.
I mean, the lyrics definitely make it spicier, but like those meows were hitting different.
Those meows are hitting different. What the frick? Inner peace.
Oh God, I'm gonna die.
This is how you die. Is this really how you go? Is this how you go, Pharaoh?
Oh, this is it, chat. I can feel my blood pressure spiking. It's been fun.
Pharaoh, no, Pharaoh, no. Yeah.
Nya holy. Oh, Kanna.
Yeah, hold it. Wow.
Kanna.
Good thing I have free
Kanna.
will. Yes.
Kanna, you could Nya holy and it would be amazing. It would be peak. It would be so good. Let me die listening to what I enjoy.
Have you ever heard the voices in your head telling you terrible things to do? This would be one of
Yes.
them. This would be
Yes.
one of them. Terrible things to do.
Absolutely.
When you hear
Absolutely
a voice in your
terrible.
head telling you to do it, don't do it.
Look at that. There's Nya holy already exists. There you go. It's too late. You gotta do it.
Thank you for the gifted sub. It would be so peak.
It would be so peak.
Let him go in peace. Wow, is this the peace that he speaks of? Every time Pharaoh says, I like peace, this was not the peace that I thought he would, ask for. Think about it. Think about it, chat.
See, here's the thing. Like honestly, so much of the time I have to spend being the guardrails on the whimsy because that's necessary. See, Kanna has her own guardrails. I don't have to guardrail her whimsy. So what happens, chat, is it means that I get to let my variety of whimsy out. And Kanna likes to hide it, but she enjoys the same kind of whimsy that I do.
Which is
It's a little
destroying my inner peace.
a little on the chaotic side.
I will have you know I'm neutral good. Let it be known to the world I'm neutral good. I tested twice.
Chat, don't let her lie to you. There's chaos there.
Twice.
There's chaos there that does not sleep.
Good. I tested twice. Mind you. Pharaoh will ascend to heaven.
I need it. I need the.
No, you don't. No, you totally
holy.
don't. You really don't. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You don't need it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Chat needs the Nyaholy.
No, they don't. No one in chat would want it.
Everybody in chat. Chat. Does anybody in chat want the Nyaholy? I feel like everybody in chat wants the Nyaholy.
Oh my god. Wow. You know what happened? I think accidentally, somehow, somewhere, where I'm still trying to find. Where the fuck? Where are you? Okay. Oh my god, look, chat is missing. Holy crap. Oh my god. I can't see what chat is saying. No, I see. Oh my god. Well, Pharaoh will never know. They'll never know. Yeah.
I can see chat.
I don't see chat. I don't see.
And they all. Hold on, guys. I got
see.
you covered. Hold on. Let me.
I don't see chat. Chat is nowhere to be found.
There you go. I got you covered.
What the heck are you doing?
I've got you covered. See, there's chat.
What? Where? Did you?
Do you see right here? There's chat.
Wow. Did you really screen share? Pharaoh went and screen shared. Wow.
I did.
Wow. Oh my god, accidentally clicked the stop watching button. Oh no. Sorry. Oh my god, I can't believe chat is gone. They'll be dearly, dearly missed. Oh my gosh.
Somebody just gifted a tier 1 sub to chat, says yes.
Oh man.
You don't have a choice at this point. They're crying out, Kanna. They're crying out for Nyaholy.
Why are you bonking me? The people have spoken. The people don't know what they want. I know better. Okay, are you dead ass telling me you still want to hear Nyaholy?
Absolutely.
We've been here for 4 hours.
Oh my god. The cow has spoken.
Holy crap! What the
The cow has spoken. Bring forth the Nyaholy.
I have to do it now, don't I?
Yes,
Cow! That's a lot. You already gave so much. What the heck? Cow, thank you so much for the
mood.
Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Aw, man. Wow. Let this be wiped off the internet and everyone's mind. Let this be irrelevant in approximately 10 minutes. That's my prayer. Yep. Okay. Wow. Okay, first of all, I've been screaming so much. My voice is shot. Let's see what we can do. Chat. Okay. I can't. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. How do I say? This is an English word. Ergo demon. Hi, thank you for the gifted sub.
Ergo demon. I know Ergo.
Man. Why am I here? Just to suffer. I'm starting to get the feeling that you guys like seeing me flustered.
Yes.
Not even okay. Wow, not even a self-defense. I see.
Why?
Okay, I'll mute on Discord so Pharaoh can enjoy it with the echoes.
I just leave it. It's so much better.
No, it's so much worse. I really don't want you to. Wow, for free,
it's
Pharaoh.
So much better.
For free, Pharaoh. Adios.
It's been paid for. It's been paid for.
I'm muted. Fuck you.
The acapella is so much better.
It's so much worse. I don't like it here. I don't like it. I'm muted. Pharaoh can't hear me. Haha. Okay, still so. What if I said I need to get into this? Let me listen to it for a bit and have some mental preparation. Oh man. And I still don't know the middle part. Nya 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 shh nya 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 Just kill me. Just kill me. That's it. I've paid my dues. I want to die. I'm gonna unmute and Pharaoh's gonna have a fit. Hello. Hello.
It was as peak as I thought it would be.
No, it's not!
Cinema. Salute cinema.
Let this not be my legacy, thank you. I have no words.
This is
Just for yourself. Just a reminder, I'm a dog.
She is
Just
a
in case
dog.
someone forget. You know what? At this point, I should just be a cat, honestly. At this point,
Honestly?
I should just...
honestly, it would make sense. You're way more feline than canine, honestly.
Well, I don't know where we go from here. I should have did it Nyan Cat version and did it Gremlin.
You decided to do it otherwise.
I thought that was
And
the
that's
brief.
okay.
I
Peachy,
thought-
thanks for the 10 gifted, Obi.
Peachy, thank you for the gift. I have mixed feelings about this. Why are you all here when I'm doing this? I want there to be witnesses. I want to...
So you're gonna have to find some way to segue into, I don't know, the raccoon coin game.
Oh yeah, right after this we'll be playing. I'm kidding. There's no way to segue into anything else. This is how I die. Wow, Pharaoh's dying, isn't he? Wow.
This is so fucking good. Oh God, this has been
Wow.
truly.
Why do I feel like I'm never
the
gonna live this
musical
down?
experience of the year to date?
Wow.
Yes.
This is what
Yes.
this reminds me why I don't sing. Because I'm dumb.
No. This has been amazing. What do you mean?
I should have sang it Gremlin. I should have been nya nya nya. Why did I do it like that? I thought that was the brief. Why? Why?
You did
Why?
it perfect. That was flawless execution.
Was it? Was it really?
Flawless.
You think? No?
Absolutely perfect.
No,
Yes.
no, I don't think so.
I
Well,
think
you
it's-
still can. You think I'm gonna do it again? You really think? Guys, I'm pretty sure by now you guys are all sick of the song. I would not torture you. Did you laugh, Pharaoh? Did you laugh? Wow. What if Pharaoh falls asleep tonight and just hears it in his dreams? Going nya
it's
nya
fine.
nya.
Nya, nya, nya.
Now I remember remember Nya Pharaoh again. You've gifted us, suffered enough. I will never see this the same way again. Oh, man. What did I do, really? Actually, I should start. Yeah.
This is so peak. This is so peak. This has got to be absolutely some of the best content in recent experience. It's so fucking good.
It's really not. Is this
good.
this really the content that you guys want? Surely not. Surely not. Prove
Definitely
me.
Cal likes it. So I mean, yeah.
Wow. Ray is gonna disown me as her friend, isn't she? I don't know if I like those Agas. I don't know how I feel about those.
It's so good. Like, it doesn't have to be your content. Like, this can't be your content all the time. But every now and again.
What if I get banned for being dumb? If I do this all the time, I'll get banned for being dumb.
Nothing you have done is toss worthy. You are so safe right now. Exactly what Timmy said. This makes a really fun one-off stream. We're not going to turn this into your regular content.
Chat? Fun for who? Michi still hasn't been banned. I really don't want any of the girlies to see this ever.
I'm gonna have to get Michi to react.
No, please don't.
I'm gonna have to get.
She's gonna call me a fuckboy again. Chat.
Wait, she's live right now. Hold on.
No, she's not. Shut up. Don't do it.
She's live right now.
No, she's not. You're dreaming. Actually, you're dreaming.
Hold on.
No, she's not. Chat, you would not. No. Wait, I have to tell her. I have to tell her not to open any links whatsoever. Where do I tell her? She doesn't check DMs. Her face is huge right now. What the fuck? Okay, no. Leave her be. She did nothing to deserve this, and neither did I, honestly. Wait. No, she won't. She doesn't check DMs. She doesn't. Michi, don't open anything. Do it. Anything. Don't.
Yamu, you know what I need, buddy.
Don't.
Yamu,
I'm just texting her.
Yamu, you know what I need, buddy.
No, you don't. Just leave her be. Leave her be. Let the.
I need some timestamps, buddy, or some clips. Oh God, that bless you, Yamu. You are the best.
What the heck are you guys doing?
Even if it's just the nyanya.
No.
Just the nyanya is fine.
She's gonna call me a fuckboy again. Also, she might disown me. What if I don't have a gym buddy anymore? Chat. Don't pet the mods. Okay, no. She's talking about something important. She got food poisoning. Thank you.
This is totally fine.
No, it's not.
This is totally fine.
No, it's not. Just leave her be.
It's totally
leave her be.
Fine.
She's on.
It's gonna be so much fun.
No, she will not. No.
It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. It's gonna be so good.
It's okay. She won't check. She won't open. She won't check. No, wait. I just have to close her stream and not know. Okay, I'm fine. I'm having. I'm peace. I'm not in pieces. Ray. Oh, Ray. Why are you here? Oh, Ray.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to. You're gonna want to watch. You're gonna watch Michi's stream in a couple of minutes.
You don't. She's doing something else right now. Don't make her do it.
Okay, Yamu, that's perfect, buddy.
She's
Thank
gonna
you.
Aw, man. Oh no, there's no way. No, she wouldn't do it. Okay, no, in her peace. It's okay. No. Okay.
It's been such a good week.
Okay.
And today has been no exception. This has been by far one of my favorite streams of like the month, so of the year, honestly. Honestly,
I have mixed feelings.
this has to be one of my
No, it's
favorite
true.
streams of the year at this point. Easily top 3. Easily top 3. This has been
No.
this has been so good. Kanna, this stream has been so peak.
We have different definitions of peak. Do we not, good sir? You know what? No, you know what? I'm gonna go pee. For once, I remembered that my
Good.
bottle is empty.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
do that.
refill my water.
Refill
I'm
your
gonna
water. That's
go
important. You need to be
the
hydrated.
bathroom.
Go
I'm gonna
to the
cry in the
toilet. Yep.
bathroom. I mean,
You'll be
question
fine. You'll be fine. You know, it'll be fine.
behave when I'm gone. I'll be right back. Behave. No sending. No clipping. Not this this archive will it has never happened. Forget. I cast a spell on you. Forget. I'm gonna go pee and forget in the meantime. Thank you. I hate that it does this when I'm standing up. Ah, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Oh. I'm gonna go pee. Be right back. Pharaoh, I'm gonna go pee. I don't
Okay,
know why
go
I'm
pee.
telling you separately when you
Go.
can hear
That's
me.
fine. It's fine. Chat, this is gonna be it's gonna be so good. And after this, then I will be going to bed because I am this stream has definitely taken it all out of me tonight. This has been so good. The clips are going to be exquisite. Gonna be just I will sleep so well tonight. It's gonna be so good. This VOD is going to be a timeless favorite. It does. The acapella is really good. I can't. This is so funny. Michi doesn't know. This is gonna be funny on multiple levels, not just for Kanna, but for Michi as well. Because Michi's gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" And I'm gonna be like, "Yes, that's what it is. Enjoy it." Kanna's gonna just hide for like until she's sure. She's probably Kanna's in there. See, here's what it is. Kanna's in the bathroom watching the stream right now, trying to wait me out. That's what she's doing right now, chat. She's trying to wait me out. She thinks that if she waits long enough, I'll just go to bed and I won't send the thing to Michi. She doesn't fully understand my determination. That's amazing. Everybody say hi to Kanna. Kanna's watching. She's watching and she's hyperventilating now because I figured her out. Cannot wait. Oh, we have signs of life. Bimo, she added it. Bimo, she added it with joy. When I showed it to her, she cackled and added it herself.
And what
Bimo
now?
was asking about whether my Nya made it into Michi's alerts or whatever. And Michi heard it and immediately demanded that Ray add it to her alerts.
No.
So I didn't even have to slip it in there. Michi absolutely loved it, which was surprising. I thought for sure. Oh yeah, Mumu. Thank you. Kanna, your timing is so perfect.
What?
Your timing is so perfect.
You're gonna be so proud of me. I finished the 1 liter bottle. You know, the one you got me off the road. I finished and I refilled it.
Thank you for hydrating. I am very proud of you.
Yeah, with the amount of unholy I did, my throat needed it. Not the legacy I thought I would be leaving behind, chat.
It's a hell of a legacy, though.
That's really not. Well, can't be a legacy if we all forget it after today. Thank you. Okay. I even got, what is this? Ion something, drink water with ion thing. Ion supply drink. Ion. I totally didn't spill. My pants are wet because I didn't spill.
Oh.
What are you owing for? What are you owing for? What are you owing for? What, chat? Why is he owing? Chat? Chat? Why are you all smiling? Ray? I drink water. Why are you all smiling? Why are you all so sus? I close bottle, no more spillage. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Kanna, am I ready for what? Am I ready for what? What the heck do I have to be ready? I just got back. Wait, I sense a disturbance in the force. What are you all waiting for? Wait, did you? No!
Oh, she's got to download it.
No! Don't! Don't do it!
Oh, it's already done.
Don't, I swear, don't, just don't. Why can't she? No! Don't! Don't tie me out. Don't you dare tie me out in her chat. You tie me out. I hate you. Stop! Stop it. Stop it. I'm begging. Someone tell them. Oh God, no. No! Stop now! Go! What the fuck? Stop. Why does she not read DMs? Don't! Why do you not read DMs, you son of a... What the And oh, I can send message again. Give me a second. Don't, please. Just shut it off. You have free will. Why is she just sitting there listening to it? Just make it stop. Wow. Would she ever? Oh. Yeah, no, can you stop instead of sinking to the floor? Hello? Can you just stop? Why is she not stopping? Chat? Why are you not stopping it? Why? Does that mean that's gonna be on her VOD? Thoughts?
Yes.
Why do you never read DMs? What? Wow, I love how she just plays my pain. And then she talks about something else. Suit? Wow. Now I have to pretend that I'm okay and talk about the suit, don't I? Suit? Why is she talking about suits when I'm having an existential crisis? Alright, my model is done. I'm still streaming, aren't I? I'm still streaming. I'm not screaming at her alone in my room. I am, but you know what I mean.
This is...
Oh, thank God it's gone though. Okay, you know what? Just let her talk about the suit, actually. Yeah, no, this is good.
Oh,
wow, why are people following me? No. They measured her and everything, chat. Stop following me. Just stop following me.
Everybody follow her. Everybody follow her right now.
Don't do it. You know, no, let's talk about her suit. I like her suit. Wow, that's amazing.
Oh.
I also want a suit.
Oh, God. I have laughed so hard, my stomach is like cramping a little bit now. This has been like a full ab workout this stream. I'm
gonna smile. Actually, why am I just hitting here? Why you know, I could have... Yes.
Kanna is literally suffering from success right now, chat. That
what
is what Kanna is.
What? Okay, no.
Literally suffering from
what success? Honestly, what success?
This has been a great success. People are following you. You got, I mean, look, there's... Hey, Jay, thanks for giving 50 gifted to Kanna.
What the heck?
She's earned it, chat. She's really earned it. We have put her through the fucking ringer tonight. She has been fighting in the trenches for her very soul.
What soul? My soul flew away hours ago. Thank you. Wait, how do I say that? J scores? B? J score? Do I just say J? Is that safe?
I think we just call them J.
J, yeah. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Jay knows who they are.
Hi! I swear, I feel like I had an out-of-body experience. I forgot I was streaming. I'm just screaming at Michi on the screen, but she doesn't listen to me and she never checks DMs. And she plays it anyway, all the way to the end. She could have stopped. She could have genuinely, like, She could have stopped at any moment, but she did not.
You have to understand. You have to understand
Yes.
in this particular situation that you find yourself is that she may very well have seen your DMs, but she saw mine. And I mean, I'm Pharaoh.
Inner peace. Is inner peace a thing? Inner peace is a thing. She used her free will to.
She knew that
Rages
when I
on
sent her
me.
that video, when I sent her that video with please, please, please watch this now. I need you to watch this now. That it was going to be something that she would absolutely enjoy. See, I know.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You know, actually, I think she might have forgotten about it already. Don't worry about it. I think
That's okay.
she's moved
It'll
on to
be
the
in our
soup.
it'll
No, it will
it
not.
will be in our DM
Why
forever.
are you mentioning me again? Why is NFS mentioning me there? I want to know. The inner peace, inner peace. Wow. Wow. Can we bring me back?
No, you're not still timed out.
Oh. For the love of God, why did you not read the... Wow, Chash, you read my DM. Guess who read my DM? What? You're on silent mode.
Yeah, you don't have Matse. Oh, it's back on
Where
screen.
do I even begin? Come on, don't play it again! Don't play it again!
happened? What happened?
Wait, no. I need to make her
and
stop.
she plays it again.
No. Where is she? Where the fuck is she? I'm calling her. Stop. I'm calling you, you dodo head.
Go on. What's it's okay. You're in the safe space. What do you mean?
Why did you not read DMs? Why are you
Now
doing
that
this to
we're
me?
here,
Yes.
What's going on, girl? There is something bothering you? Something on your mind recently?
Yeah, you're gonna
You
make
know-
me unpack. Yeah.
Let's unpack that. What's going on? Go on.
Okay, no. Oh, where do I begin, Miss Therapist, ma'am?
We can begin from however far this began, to be fair. She fully chose that. Oh,
Okay, first of all, apparently this song is unholy.
yeah, that's the title.
And I was having a karaoke earlier. I didn't know what to sing, so that popped up, and I was like, yeah, okay, sure, okay. And then chat was like, oh my god, you fuckboy. Basically, I was like, okay, no, it's only terrible because you understand the lyrics. If you don't understand the lyrics, it's fine, right? It doesn't sound as unholy if you don't know the lyrics to it. Thus, if it's intelligible sounds and you don't understand it, then really it's not that bad.
Right. So you chose to make cat sounds to the song that you say is a fuckboy sound because you are trying to prove that.
The meowing sounds were from chat. I for some reason just listened to chat. This is why listening to chat is never a good idea. I mean, what else? What other unintelligible sound? You know? What?
Thoughts on a completely different song.
A completely different song, you say?
Just an idea. Ridiculous. I know. It's just an idea is all, right?
Uh-huh.
Thoughts on singing a different song.
I did that. Too. But they were still talking about how terrible it is that I sang Unholy, apparently.
Right. They also said you barked and mooed. Go on.
Who said that? Actually, no, who said that? Who said that? Be honest.
I don't know. I can't read.
These people are spouting lies. They, I call slander. I call slander. There's no proof. Nobody pull up proof.
We have video evidence.
With their what video evidence? I'm literally still live. How do you have video evidence? Why did you have video evidence? Stop. Okay, no, you're actually. Why would you want to listen to that again, right, Michi, my friend, my buddy?
I don't like it when people lie to me. You know, I just like to see proof. Is all. I'm just a simple guy. Listen, man. Sometimes we reach a point in our lives where we sit there and we decide to do certain things. You know. I get it. Some people just they drink. Some people do drugs, and some people make nya sounds. That's fine. I get that. It's the first step is to admit it.
Is this therapy? Actually, am I in therapy?
No judgment whatsoever, but this will not change the way I see you for the rest of my life, mind you. It will definitely not affect the trajectory of our friendship.
Really?
Next time we meet, I will be looking you in the eye and not everywhere else. And I will not be thinking of this. What do you mean everywhere?
100%. Okay, no, but you have to admit that it's not that bad without the lyrics. I just need to make my case that my case is correct.
No, because if you sing it with the lyrics, right, you're just singing the words that other people wrote for you.
Yes.
For this, you sat down and went, I'm gonna be a cat girl for a fuckboy song. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here, girl?
No, please explain it to me in baby words.
To prove that you do not do drugs, you do drugs.
Let me internalize that for a moment. To prove? But does it not prove it though? Right. See.
The song is a fuckboy song.
Yes.
And instead of singing the song the way it's originally intended, you make cat sounds.
Yes.
For 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Yes.
It's okay though. You know, like if that's what you like to do.
No, wait, I'm digesting is what I'm doing.
To be fair, right? You know what? I'm just gonna double down. It's not that bad. Our friend group, we have people like Ratchy, bro. Like literally, we have like a line, right? Like it's kind of like a long bar graph. You know what I'm saying? The girly pops is a long bar graph. You can't go that. You don't have to be too afraid. You know, it's like, oh, I nyan for a song. It really could have been worse. Yeah, it's like a spectrum. That's true. And then you can't get any worse, bro.
Singing it in cat is worse than singing the actual lyrics? I'm trying to comprehend. Is it my brain? Am I the problem? Am I special? People keep saying I'm special.
You are sweaty, hard, but it's okay. You're in the girly pops. I'm very convinced we all are. Every day I sit here and I make a horrible decision. I think to myself, you know what? It could have been worse. Ratchy. And I think of her, my queen Ratchy. I didn't think it was that bad until I was like streaming with her and she just gave the most unhinged takes in the world. You know it's bad when I sat there and I went, girl, are you good in the head? Like, are you sane? DM.
No, I love her.
Oh. Hold on. What is this?
Why are you all grinning like a dark? Come here. What is Michi doing? Michi,
You are
if it's
mistaken my frown for a grin, I fear.
if it's not a link or anything, right? Or a video. My friend,
No, you did end up just singing the song anyway.
I did a what now?
You just
Who did
ended up
that?
singing the song anyway, and then you sung it again in a Nyan way.
No, because I sang it the first time the normal way,
Right.
and then they said it was terrible because because words.
So you did it again.
Yeah, to prove that it's not that bad. It's just the words.
Do
you think I Was it not big brain?
That is so big brain, girl. That is so big brain. That is what I do too. Like when I go gambling and people say that's bad, I do it again to prove to them that I will win and it's actually not that bad. And instead of the gambling being bad, it's just simply the perception of it. That makes so much sense.
Perception.
It's true. It's true, chat. The first time they say it, oh, they're probably wrong. The second time, don't let it happen a second time, you know? Rude. Kanna is twisting the truth, by the way.
What do you
She's
mean I'm
slandering us. We
twisting the...
never said
Wow.
it's terrible, is what they said.
Oh, what's another? It was surprising, and Pharaoh stood in a corner. What is that if it's not terrible? What is that if that's not terrible? If they're just standing in a corner, you know?
So is the song terrible or is Pharaoh terrible?
Yeah, see. Okay, no, girl. No, I'm gonna ask you, dead ass. Be honest.
Okay.
You listen to it and you don't think I sound sexy, right? That's not a word one would use to describe what that was. See? Right? Hello? Why is she... Hello, did I...
Wait a minute. I actually read this in my feminine literature book. Let me just refer to that. Can you ask me that question one more time?
You heard it and you don't think that I sound quote unquote sexy, right?
Okay, let me phone a friend. 1 second. That if she asks that, right, and I say yes, that's bad because then I got debated into calling her sexy. But if I say no, that means I called her not sexy, which means I'm calling her ugly, which is also bad.
Chat.
Guys, what the fuck do I do? No, just say yes. Yeah, you can't win with this one. So lose. GG, bro.
Okay, no, girl, be honest. Honest to
right.
your very bones.
Do I think you sound sexy?
Yes.
Yes.
You do? No, really?
Yes.
Like honest, not because chat told you to. Chat, stop.
No. Yes, I do.
I don't know if I believe you. Are you?
Brother, chat, you just fucking I knew it! I played these games before, chat. You can't win with these people, right? You say no, and they go like, oh, so you think I'm ugly. You hate me, and you think I'm fucking ugly. And then you say yes, they're like, no, you're fucking lying. You're getting backseated.
You have a book on this. You have a book on this. What does the book say?
Thank you, Sarah. Genuinely, okay, it's weird because we're friends, but if I didn't know you, would I think it's sexy? Yes, I would.
Yeah. Really? What the fuck about that is sexy?
Oh, this stupid ass bitch.
Bitch.
What
I saw
about me
talking
is
behind.
sexy?
Not
This
that.
stupid
It's
ass.
more like what the heck. Okay,
He wants
okay.
this to sound so gay, so
Please
bad.
don't. You know, never mind. Don't say it. Actually, no. I retract
No,
my
baby
statement.
girl, let me tell you. All right, you know what? I'm locked in. I think it's just
Okay.
your cadence, you know, the
Just
tone
kill
that
me.
you
What the fuck
say
is a
it. It's
cadence? I regret
it's
this.
just so like nice and pleasant to listen
Chat.
to.
Have you ever heard regret in the flesh? That's oh my ears. Oh, you know what? Frank, yeah.
No, I just the way you just sound, baby girl.
Oh, come on. Okay, no. Yeah. No, it's okay. No, I believe you. Actually, no, I believe you. I believe you. You think you were honest to me. You never lie. You never lie ever. I believe you, girl.
Exactly.
Yes,
True.
yeah, no. I didn't realize what I was asking for. Now that I know, I don't want to know.
Isn't the point of singing that song to sound sexy though? Like you want to sound sexy.
I was just trying to sing it the way people sang it.
Yeah.
I
sexy.
didn't say. Okay.
So she's saying I'm a liar. I never lied. I'm so confused. I think, okay, listen. Honestly, I feel like if you sung the song normally, that's like, haha, but that's it, right? But the fact that you
was
sat
normally.
here and decided to... No, you sang it. And then you sang it again and decided to cosplay as every animal in a zoo. While you sang it over and over again. Now, that's a choice. You know, like, one thing, I'm like, you know what, chat? I get it. I relate to that. Sometimes chat makes you do things, right? I get... But the fact that you sat here and willingly just emulated a zoo in a song, that's a you thing, girl. Like, I can't help you with that one. You on your own. Like, no one could even, like, fucking kill me for that to happen. Maybe we should hear another version to be sure.
What other
Which animal you
version?
like,
Stop
Chat?
it. Stop it. Poor chat.
She
Stop
said,
it.
quote,
They're gonna get
unquote,
scarred.
I want to
Yes.
sing it like Muna sang it. Muna sang it?
See, to be fair, I heard Muna's karaoke clip appeared on my YouTube home. I played it and I was like, oh, she sounds cool, type shit, right? And so when I was singing it, I was like, yeah, I have that in my mind. That doesn't make me sound sexy. It makes Muna sound sexy, and I aspire? Question mark? You know?
Right.
You know?
Girl,
You know?
listen, man.
Yes.
You already
Yes.
did. Okay. Pretend
Yes.
like chat doesn't exist, right? Just me and you. Words of wisdom type shit, okay? My hand on your shoulder, my eyes looking into your brain.
Not Pepe F.
At one point, girl, one
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
just own up to it. The more you deny it, the worse it gets. Just sit there and go, you know what, chat? I am going to double down and I am going to disturb you. And you will sit here and you will be disturbed. And you just own up to it, man. It's okay. Maybe you just want to be a half animal, half girl type shit. I'm not
Okay.
gonna judge you. We need a furry in this friend group anyway. Thoughts? Thoughts, guys? Ah. I'm not a fucking donkey. I just to be a bunny because it's cute.
Did she just call me a zoo? Honestly? And
Is your brain having lag? What's happening?
oh my
Delay?
god!
I called you
Okay.
a zoo like 10 minutes ago.
Ah.
Why are you? Am I crazy? Hello?
No.
Are we like-
No. Have it.
Holy lag, brother. I called her a zoo like, yeah, I did technically, but like, it was 10 minutes ago. The Indo versus Indo ping. That's nuts. That's latency, bro. Like, right there. He is just so different. Guys, hello, is this thing on? Hello, guys. But no, you should do more karaoke. I think it's great. Smile?
Are you smiling genuinely? Or are you smiling because you're trying to console me?
I am smiling for the sake of not frowning. Thoughts? Smile?
Mm.
He is born in the
What?
dumb.
Question. What are the chances? I mean, you're a pro streamer here, ma'am. What are the chances people this will just leave people's memory forever? Hello?
Just give up, bro. Just don't even. Just give up.
What if
That's
they
so not
what if
good.
like what if we all just not talk about it ever again and forget it? Thoughts?
You probably will never talk about it again. But the public, who knows, bro? It's
the
fine.
public would not. Right?
Gotta ask Fair about that one, man. I'm not paid enough to do all that. I don't really know. I'm just a girl living in a girl in world girl. I'm the living proof for Michi. Oh my fucking god. I have this one mod named Sarah, and genuinely, honest to god, right? Don't be
Yeah.
afraid of your stalkers, bro. Just mod them. Like, I'm gonna be real. Sarah, I am so convinced Sarah's one of the freakiest motherfucking stalkers I've ever had the pleasure, question mark, to ever meet in my fuck ass life. I'd be talking to Sarah and I'm like, man, I don't remember the thing. Like, I had this memory from when I was 6 years old and I can't remember. And then she'll be like, oh, you mean the time here in this location at this time with this person? I'm like, how did you know that?
Oh my
There's
god.
like no reason. This Sarah unmodded. Sarah scares the living shit out of me. Yeah, exactly. Mod your stalker, stalk your mods. Wisdom.
Mod
comes in
your
many shapes and forms.
stalkers. Wait, let me take notes. I'm gonna take notes.
Stop fucking taking
Mod-
notes, dude.
What? How will I remember if I don't take notes?
Why would you ever fucking remember?
But I thought you said take notes.
You're noting down my opinion.
Yes. I
that's
have
actually really
pages of your
sweet.
opinion. Genuinely, I have pages of your opinions.
That's actually so sweet. What the fuck? I also think it's a horrible decision. You know, you want to take life advice from someone that do drugs, prescribed, but it's like literally, it's like, I don't know why my life is falling into shit, guys. Wait, let me just take notes about this person who's a clear alcoholic. Let me just, I wonder what. I mean, we could definitely make better choices, but it's very sweet because she's talking about me. Oh man. Zooted Mickey
Yeah.
spilling all the beans? I don't even need to be zooted to spill all the beans, bro. I do it sober.
That's
As
true.
long as you ask the right questions, I just answer.
That's actually true.
I think everything is worth talking about. There's no such thing as not worth talking about. Unless you get canceled for it, then let's not talk about that. Boom. Zooted Michi is the smartest.
Wow.
That.
Wow.
Are you
Okay.
still alive, girl?
Yeah, I wrote it down. Michi says mod your stalkers. And
Are you still doing your
second part.
karaoke?
No, I'm not. I'm done. I'm done with life,
You
honestly.
should do more karaoke.
Okay.
You really should.
Okay. I will try.
Have fun, girl. I
Thank
also
you
want
for
to know that
what-
Ray sent that
yes.
song audio in the group chat, by the way.
I hate her. I hate her. Ah, brother. Please never mod your stalker. But didn't Michi say to mod your stalker and stalk your mods? I haven't written the second part. Wait. I haven't written the second part. Mod your stalkers. Stalk your mods. Noted. I knew she hates me. Ray, why would you send that? Honestly. Oh my god, chat, question. Do you think I just don't know the definition of sexy? Maybe. Too much thinking la. Because I'm proving a point. I can't believe what Muna said. Aw, come on. Even Ollie saw... Guys. Can we just forget? Thank you. She said say so gone. You know what I should have done? Should have ended stream 5 hours ago, huh? Did I even start streaming? Chat, you should... Okay, you know what? Muna just said, my Kanna is not pure anymore. I don't know how to feel about that. Not gonna lie, I wanna ask what characters do you think is sexy just to grasp if you know. You're really doubting. Actually, you're doubting my abilities to judge what is sexy and what isn't it? Oh, now I have to think. What's sexy? What's an example of sexy? I don't know. Oh no, I'm gonna... you know, I might actually have an existential crisis. I cook my sleep for this. You can't say Muna or any of the girlies? What do I think is sexy? I don't know. My brain is on food. Hello? Do I look like I think of sexy things? Damn. Oh! It's been fun chat. Wow, Pharaoh. I can't believe you stayed up for this. I'm sorry I left you. To be fair, it's your fault too. Have a good rest, Pharaoh. Good night. Wait, okay. I'll just put it on before I go. Wait. Okay. Actually, wait. Let me find it. She's playing Muna's version, isn't she? Gosh dang it. No, I tell you. I opened Michi's stream hoping to listen to Muna and she's snorting. Never mind. Okay. Man. Okay, wait. Okay. I know this song. Wait, chat. Wait for it. Ugh. Wait, do I have to put it on screen? Oh, that takes... Wow, you think by now I would be fast at sharing browser. Okay. Hold for my slow ass movements. Do we really need to see it? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. This one. I'm gonna be gone from the screen, aren't I? Okay. Yeah, okay. Am I too tiny? Slightly. This one. Do you know the song?
안녕하세요. 래퍼 행복입니다. 부기부기해요. 내가 휘닝 보이스 랩으로 평정하러 왔다.
What is she saying? I don't know.
왔습니다. 그러면 비트 주세요.
English? No. See? Look!
I love French fried chicken, halal food, bibimbap, sushi, 물에 떡볶이, pad thai, curry, taco. It's good. Ice cream, chocolate, maratha.
That's what came to my head.
Pizza, kimbap, bubble tea, okonomiyaki. Yummy, 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 yummy. Who made this?
Right? No, actually. Wait for it.
Who made this? Wow, sexy food. Sexy food.
This is the only thing that's appearing in my head.
Food.
Is that bad?
Food. Sexy food.
Is it bad that this is the only thing that popped in my head?
Sexy food.
I can't say.
Sexy food. 맛있어.
Yeah.
Just always like a ass tarico. 알아마 부끄스나 에납시다 마사라.
Yeah.
시봉 델리시오소.
No, I get it. See, you understand.
너무 맛있어. Yummy.
Yummy.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Hi, Ray.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
This is the only thing that popped up.
Who made this? Who made this? Wow, sexy food. Sexy food. Sexy food.
Because it has... Yes! It does have sexy in the title.
Sexy food.
Yeah. And then Does that explain?
Sexy food. Sexy food. 다 먹으러 갈 거다. 섹시 푸드.
I can see why your perception of sexy was worse. What do you mean? Well, okay. I don't know what else. That was the only thing that popped up in my head. Is that not it? What the heck is... What else is? What? If it does... Okay. You know... No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I should learn what it is. I'll take notes. Notes under Mod Your Stalkers. Figure out what sexy is. I'm learning a lot this year. Oh, guy. Can I see how your brain works? I'm really happy Ray exists to take care of you. Is it because I like food? Oh, I should ask what sexy is to Muna. Muna would know. Muna would know. I wasn't allowed to use Muna as an example of sexy, says Ray. If you list what sexy is, put your face under that definition. True, right? You understand me. You understand me. Did I irrevocably tarnish my image today? Maybe, mayhaps. I bet Ollie would know. True. I low-key think Muna would also understand. Yeah, as soon as I heard the song, I sent it to Muna. The first person I sent it to was Muna. I don't know why. It's Muna. She's sexy and she likes food. Don't you think my brain... Isn't my brain normal? Oi. Okay, chat. That's enough of the internet today. I have to go question my life choices. I have to go and shut off the... First of all, unpublish the bot. Where did you get the what? The video? It just appeared in my home feed. Beautiful smile. Wow, geez. Wait, please. Yes. Wow. After all that, do you still want to spend time with me? Azade. I get head pats. Yee. Thank you for the karaoke. Thank you for sticking around. It wasn't supposed to be a karaoke stream. But I honestly don't know how we got here. This is not how I thought the day would go. Is it ever, chat? Is it ever? Oh, God. Okay. Oh, Lord. Let me... Wait, I'm taking a deep breath. Okay. I should not have drank ice water the whole time. That's number 1. Number 2. Right now, it's easier to talk. Lowly. Thank you so much for accompanying. I'm hungry again. Okay. That went away so fast. Soon as hunger stroke. I don't know why, but I'm hungry again. Oh, okay. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna talk in this lower tone because talking in a higher tone is killing my throat somehow. I've screamed too much today. So I'm gonna talk like this and end the stream. Honestly, I'm okay. I just screamed too much. At Michi not reading my DMs, not gonna lie. Okie dokie. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow will be on Ollie's. We'll be on Ollie's channel because we're having a collab. I don't know if she announced it already. Did she? Probably. Expecting Michi to read DMs was your first mistake. Why do I not have mod say? Can I be a mod? Bro. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be on Ollie's channel. It'll be somewhere around this time-ish. I think it'll be on Ollie's YouTube. We're gonna be sitting there a bit. I read there's 6,500 cards we have to go through. Chat. So think about it. We're gonna open 6,500 cards. Not card packs, yeah. There's 800-ish packs. And there will be 6,500 cards. So we're gonna be there a while. No, not 6,000 packs. 6,000 cards. But it's 800 something packs. I think. Can I have the sign card? Oh my god, I'm just gonna sit next to her and have her sign it. Are they allowed to? It'll I'll sign it off. Like, I'll have her sign it off camera and then you'll never know. You'll never know. So, 8,000 packs. No, wait. 800. Wow, my brain. 800 packs times 8 cards is around 6,500 cards. Basically, we're gonna be sitting there for a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna be a short stream. How did you know? So I'll see you guys there tomorrow, 3 p.m. GMT +7. Yeah. Yeah. It's like 70, almost 70 boxes. Oh. Do you have chairs? Michi has my chair. My chairs. 2 of my chairs are there. Oh. Hi. And after that, I'll see you guys next week. That means today's Friday, tomorrow's Saturday, so I'll see you guys next week. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for accompanying me today. I had trauma aside, I had a wonderful blast. Thank you so much, everyone. It was nice meeting you. For those of you who are new here, I hope you'll drop by again. Have a great... no. After this, I'm gonna go self-reflect. What's the word? I'm gonna go self-reflect after this. What I'm doing with my life. You know, the usual. Oh, funny. I could just raid Michi. Thoughts, I could just raid Michi. You're all... Like, most of you are already there. It's funny. It's gonna be funny. Oh boy. Thoughts accepted. Did you guys have fun? No, actually, did you guys at least enjoy it? If nothing else, if it makes you smile, then I'm pretty happy. Amazing. I don't know how I feel about that. I had all the funds. Did you, Yamu? Did you? Did you indeed? Okay. Can we please keep the VOD? Okay, the problem with the VOD is that the it's just gonna be an acapella because you can't, because I didn't put the audio background music on the VOD. So you're just gonna listen to Unholy raw. Raw, chat. Raw. So it's just gonna be my voice, so probably not. Even better. I'm gonna look through my notes to see if Michi told me to trust chat or not. Let's see. Let's see. The only thing Michi said today that I wrote down was mod your stalkers and stalk your mods. That does not help me. You should always trust chat. Do I? Should I? Should I really? NFS. You're a mod, right? I really don't know about that advice. Yes. Does that mean I have to stalk NFS and Yamu now? Wait, I have to ask Michi how to stalk people. Wait, let me write that down as a self-reminder. Okay, I'll put it under stalking. Okay. Remind yourself, ask Michi how to stalk. Okay. Here we go. Making sure the ink dries. Okay. This stream is gonna haunt me. No, actually, no, I'm gonna forget it. And someone will remind me. That's what's gonna happen. Surely. Surely these consequences won't consequences. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let's raid. This person. This person. I don't know if you know this person, but... But, you know, we might not know who that is. Funny, but, you know. Wait, do I have... No, I don't have gym today, thank God. Okay. Thank you, chat. Hope you had fun. Thank you so much for sticking around, chatting with me. Oh, what else did you do today? Cheering for the subs and all the gifted subs. Arigato. See you guys next week. Bye-bye. 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 If you have to sleep though, you should probably sleep. But if you don't... I get head pats too, jeez. Bye, thank you so much. Bye. Cow, holy crap, thank you for all the subs, you crazy. And the tip too, holy crap. Wow. Self-reflection is incoming. Ozzy, no! Ozzy, did you watch? Did you say no? Please tell me you didn't watch. Ozzy, you didn't watch, did you? Please, just kill me. Honestly, no, don't kill. Can we just chat? Amnesia beam. No, the knife gone. Oh, brother. Oh, man. Aw.